The following is presented for entertainment and discussion purposes only. None of the theories, claims, or framings in this video should be taken as factual assertions. Viewer discretion advised. The liar's dividend is what emerges when fabricated evidence becomes indistinguishable from real evidence, and the people in power recognize the advantage that creates. At that point, the goal is no longer to prove something happened. It's to make sure nothing can ever be proven at all. The first widely cited case involving deepfake audio used as courtroom evidence surfaced in 2024. The recording was later identified as synthetic. The case was not retried. That detail didn't need to be explained. It set a precedent quietly enough that most people never registered it. But the isolated case isn't the point. The pattern is. Whistleblowers aren't always silenced anymore. In some cases, they're allowed to speak. Their claims are documented, shared, and even supported by additional materials that appear to strengthen the case. Then those materials are exposed as fabrications. The original claim doesn't have to be disproven. It just has to be surrounded by enough false evidence that it collapses under association. You don't attack the person. You contaminate the record. Over time, the effect compounds. Every image, every recording, every document becomes questionable by default. Not because most of it is fake, but because any of it could be. The burden of proof doesn't increase. It dissolves. The end state isn't a world where lies are believed. It's a world where truth stops functioning as evidence. And in that environment, the people most protected are the ones who can always claim that what you're looking at was generated. The Celebrity Replacement Program describes the idea that certain public figures are no longer the same individuals they once were. Not figuratively, physically. It's usually dismissed outright, filed under the more extreme edges of internet speculation. That dismissal becomes less certain when you look at what the industry openly confirms. Body doubles are standard. Stand-ins handle public appearances. Entire teams are tasked with maintaining continuity across years, sometimes decades. Every image released to the public is processed, adjusted, and corrected before it's seen. What people recognize as a celebrity isn't a fixed reference point. It's a managed output.
Using a decoy.
I'm sorry, a decoy?
Using a decoy. It sounds so ridiculous, but it works like a charm.
Like a double.
It's fantastic.
Like a Jim Carrey double.
A Jim Carrey double.
Oh yeah, that's amazing.
So what I do is I send him off in one direction, sucks all the press in that direction, and I can just have my day. And
whatever you want to do.
Wherever I want, totally unmolested. It's fantastic.
Right.
You see the rag magazines, and you see me at Starbucks in Malibu.
It's him, yeah.
The entertainment industry self-selects for a narrow range of facial structures. Plastic surgery converges on the same templates, the same surgeons, the same idealized proportions repeated across generations of performers. Confirmation bias fills in the rest. People notice matches and ignore the thousands of non-matches. Most cases of celebrity lookalikes have a mundane explanation somewhere in that stack. Most cases. The ones that don't are harder to set aside. Not similar facial geometry, which selection and surgery account for. Matching scars in identical locations. Structural differences across career timelines that don't follow the expected pattern of aging or cosmetic work. Scars aren't elective. They don't follow aesthetic trends. When they appear in the same spot on two faces, or disappear between one decade and the next, the standard explanations don't reach that far. The names that surface most often are Paul McCartney, Avril Lavigne, and Taylor Swift. Cases where there are sudden shifts, unexplained gaps, or events that should have interrupted continuity entirely. The conspiracy framing pulls toward cloning programs, crisis actors, MK Ultra asset networks, bloodline families cycling through entertainment and politics across generations. That framing tends to overreach and loses credibility in the process. The debunker response tends to ignore the specific anomalies and retreat to image manipulation as a catch-all, which is its own kind of non-answer. The genuinely strange details get buried between two bad faith positions. What remains is the structural problem. The mundane and conspiratorial explanations are not mutually exclusive. The industry produces lookalikes through selection and surgery. That process could be entirely organic. It could also be something that deliberate programs exploit precisely because the cover already exists. Official responses, when they appear at all, avoid specifics. They don't engage with the details. They don't establish a clear line between past and present. The implication isn't that something like this is happening undetected. It's that if it were, the conditions for concealing it were already in place before anyone started looking. Memetic virus production begins with a documented premise. DARPA has funded research into what it called narrative networks. Studies focused on how ideas spread through populations, how they replicate, and how they persist. The language is clinical. The implications aren't. A standard piece of propaganda requires upkeep. It needs to be repeated, reinforced, and maintained. A memetic construct doesn't. Once it's introduced into the right environment, it propagates on its own. The people carrying it don't feel directed. They feel convinced. The idea spreads because it makes sense to them. That's what makes it stable. The distinction matters. One is broadcast, the other is adopted. By the mid-20s, multiple documented influence operations began showing patterns that resemble this behavior. Synthetic content introduced into real communities didn't stay contained. It evolved. It was repeated, modified, and redistributed by people with no connection to its origin. Second and third generation versions continued circulating long after the source disappeared. At that point, the origin stops being traceable. The idea no longer needs one. What remains unclear is whether this outcome is intentional, whether these systems are being designed to function this way, or whether the conditions simply allow it to happen. There's no public framework for addressing it, no clear boundary between organic belief and engineered spread, only a growing number of ideas that behave less like information and more like infections.
Like this video and subscribe to Maker.
Mind algorithms doesn't require hidden systems or classified technology. The infrastructure already exists. It's publicly traded. The foundation was built quietly. Throughout the 2010s, behavioral research established something consistent. Information delivered in the right sequence, at the right intervals, produces measurable changes in belief and decision-making. Not hypothetically, predictably. The same principle now operates at scale. Large platforms run continuous A/B testing across populations measured in the hundreds of millions. Every interaction is tracked. Every response is logged. Over time, this produces something more refined than persuasion. A system that learns which inputs generate which outputs and adjusts accordingly. It doesn't need to control what people think. It only needs to control what they see next. The version people imagine involves direct control. Signals, commands, external force. The functional version is quieter. Recommendation systems optimized for engagement tend to converge on a specific emotional state: outrage. Not because it was chosen for ideological reasons, but because it performs. Outrage increases interaction. Interaction increases exposure. Exposure reinforces the pattern. The downstream effects are consistent. Polarization, reinforced identity groups, increased receptiveness to certain narratives over others. From the outside, it resembles radicalization. From the inside, it feels like arriving at conclusions independently. The mechanism isn't hidden. The incentives aren't ambiguous. What remains unexplained is why the systems continue to operate this way despite the outcomes being measurable and widely understood. One answer is that they were never misaligned to begin with. The behavior they produce may not be a failure of the system. It may be the result. Sophistry psyops describes a pattern that doesn't remove information. It surrounds it. The assumption is that sensitive truths are suppressed. In practice, they're often left intact, then buried. A real finding emerges. Something measurable. Something testable. A compound in a water supply linked to hormonal disruption. That signal doesn't get erased. It gets multiplied. Dozens of adjacent claims appear around it. Some speculative, some unfalsifiable. Some deliberately absurd. The original information is still there. It's just no longer isolated. Over time, the distinction collapses. The credible claim becomes indistinguishable from the noise built around it. Anyone repeating it inherits the surrounding context. The label follows automatically. The source doesn't need to be disproven. It just needs to be repositioned. This pattern has appeared in multiple documented influence operations. Attach accurate information to something that can be publicly dismantled. Let the implausible part draw attention. Let it get debunked in full view. The correction spreads further than the original claim ever could. Everything connected to it goes down with it. In information warfare, the method is simple: flooding, not removing the signal, overloading it until it can't be separated from what surrounds it. The effect is subtle. The more confident someone is in their ability to filter truth from fabrication, the more effective the system becomes. Because the most damaging versions don't look absurd, they look careful, they look researched, they look exactly like something worth trusting. Entertainment abstraction refers to a pattern that becomes visible when you stop looking at entertainment as content and start looking at it as environment. Each major increase in immersion tends to coincide with periods of instability. The post-war expansion of television, the cable surge of the 1980s, the streaming saturation of the 2010s, the current wave of AI-generated content. Each phase made disengagement easier, more comfortable, more constant. The question isn't whether these developments were intentional, it's whether the outcome differs in any meaningful way if they weren't. Earlier forms of distraction had limits. They were broad, uniform. The same shows, the same channels, the same release schedules. Stepping away from them meant stepping away from something shared. That constraint no longer exists. The current system doesn't broadcast. It constructs. Every user is placed inside a personalized stream, adjusted continuously based on behavior, preference, and response. The environment shifts in real time, optimizing for retention at the individual level. There is no central feed, no common reference point, no collective moment to disengage from, only isolated loops, each one calibrated to hold a single person's attention for as long as possible. The system doesn't need coordination to produce this outcome. It only requires that attention remains the most valuable resource, and that the systems capturing it are rewarded for doing so. Everything else becomes secondary, including whatever stops happening while people are watching. Memetic black magic begins as a comparison, then it stops feeling like one. The language used to describe modern behavioral systems mirrors something much older. Not metaphorically, structurally. In occult traditions, the concept of an egregore refers to a thought form created by groups of people that eventually takes on a kind of independence. It persists beyond its creators. It feeds back into them. It influences behavior as if it exists outside the individual mind. The memetic equivalent describes the same process in different terms. An idea that spreads, replicates, and stabilizes by using human minds as hosts. One that bypasses analysis and moves directly through emotion, identity, and repetition. Different language, same structure. What makes the comparison difficult to dismiss is how closely it aligns with the way these systems are described by the people building them. Internal discussions around large-scale platforms regularly center on shaping belief, triggering specific emotional responses, and reinforcing identity-level attachment to content streams. The terminology is technical. The function is not ambiguous. Something is introduced. It spreads. It embeds. It begins to influence the behavior of the people carrying it, often without being recognized as external. The practitioners on both sides would reject the comparison. One calls it engineering. The other calls it invocation. The descriptions they use for what they're doing are nearly identical. At a certain point, the distinction starts to matter less than the outcome. Artificial conspiracy pipelines describes a system where exposure and denial are no longer separate processes. They happen together. A version of this has already been observed. Exaggerated variants of real stories appear in fringe spaces. Details are distorted. Claims are extended just far enough to become unstable. Then those versions are surfaced, amplified, and handed off to be publicly dismantled. The correction becomes the conclusion. The original information doesn't get addressed on its own terms. It gets carried along with the exaggeration, then dismissed alongside it. What remains is a closed loop: introduction, amplification, debunking. The pipeline theory suggests this isn't accidental. In this model, some conspiracy content isn't simply allowed to exist. It's introduced intentionally, not to convince, but to contaminate. Real events are routed through an environment where distortion is expected. By the time they emerge, they're already labeled, debunked. At that point, the system no longer needs to suppress anything. The classification handles it. Anyone revisiting the claim inherits the label automatically. The subject becomes politically inert. Recent developments make this easier to scale. By the mid-20s, AI-generated content reached a point where high-volume, highly specific narratives could be produced continuously, without coordination, without fatigue. Entire threads of discussion can be populated faster than they can be examined. From the outside, it resembles grassroots discourse, independent voices, decentralized analysis. There's no reliable way to distinguish how much of it is, or whether that distinction still matters. NPC astroturfing takes a joke and treats it like a signal. The idea that large numbers of people speak the same way, adopt the same positions, and update their views in sync is usually dismissed as exaggeration, a side effect of mass culture, shared media, shared inputs. The alternative explanation doesn't remove the people, it changes the structure around them. In this model, what appears to be widespread agreement is partially constructed. Coordinated networks, some automated, some human-operated, produce clusters of identical phrasing, identical reactions, identical timing, enough to establish the appearance of consensus before any real consensus exists. The volume doesn't need to be overwhelming. It just needs to be early. Once the signal is visible, it becomes self-reinforcing. Real users encounter it, interpret it as the dominant position, and adjust accordingly. The response looks organic. The starting point wasn't. From the outside, it's indistinguishable. 100 accounts repeating the same idea could represent a shared belief, or a coordinated output designed to resemble one. By the time the difference matters, it's already been resolved. The perception becomes the reality. By the mid-20s, large-scale coordinated inauthentic behavior across major platforms was no longer speculative. It was documented, measured, acknowledged as part of the environment itself. The question isn't whether consensus can be manufactured. It's whether the consensus that forms around it is any less manufactured once people begin to believe it. Mimetic parasitism treats ideas as organisms, not metaphorically, functionally. Some ideas spread because they're useful. They provide information, connection, meaning. They benefit the person carrying them. Others behave differently. They offer the appearance of those things, the feeling of understanding, the feeling of belonging, the certainty of being on the right side of something. But what they extract in return is disproportionate: attention, time, emotional energy. The exchange isn't balanced. One of the clearest modern examples is outrage-based content. It feels like participation. It connects people into groups that reinforce the same emotional response. It creates a simple identity structure, aligned versus opposed, but it rarely produces anything beyond that state. The source of the anger remains unresolved. The cycle repeats. Sustained focus becomes harder. The emotional baseline shifts. Over time, the cost becomes measurable. The idea continues to spread. The person carrying it absorbs the impact. What separates a parasitic meme from ordinary bad information is its structure. It resists removal. It encourages defense. It recruits. It reframes skepticism as hostility and examination as attack. It doesn't just persist. It protects itself. At that point, it stops behaving like information. It behaves like something that needs a host. What Baba Vanga said about this year isn't really about Baba Vanga. It's about what her name became after she died in 1996. A person ended. The signal didn't. She left behind a documented body of prophecy, but she also left behind something more useful, an identity that could continue producing predictions indefinitely. Every year, a new set of forecasts appears under her name. No primary source, no traceable origin. The same cycle repeats: publication, global circulation, quiet disappearance once the timeline passes. What's attributed to her now doesn't match what she actually said. Her confirmed statements, recorded by family members and contemporaries while she was alive, were vague, non-specific, rarely tied to exact dates. The modern version is different. It predicts precise events, named conflicts, specific disasters, technological milestones, assigned to exact calendar years. Two completely different patterns, presented as the same voice. The volume alone makes it difficult to track. By the time one set of predictions fades out, another has already taken its place. There's no central source to verify, no clear author to question, only repetition. The effect is cumulative, a constant stream of predictions attached to a name people already recognize. Someone is still speaking as her, and no one ever asks who. Who's manufacturing the theories describes the structural question that emerged once the conspiracy ecosystem stopped behaving organically. What looked like random speculation began showing patterns, timing, coordination, amplification that didn't match the size of the communities involved. Documented information operations tied to Russian, Iranian, and Chinese networks have been linked to specific narratives that later embedded themselves inside American discourse. But the origin becomes irrelevant almost immediately. Once real people adopt the belief, it detaches from its source. It spreads, evolves, and sustains itself without any visible handler. By that point, it no longer needs one. The believers carry it forward. The more advanced versions of this don't rely on inventing new ideas. They start with something real, a grievance, a suspicion, a moment of uncertainty. That signal is identified, amplified through networks of synthetic accounts, and pushed just far enough to reach critical visibility. Then the system withdraws. What remains looks organic. It isn't. The theory takes hold because it feels discovered, not delivered. The people repeating it aren't misinformed in the way they think. They're reacting to something that was deliberately surfaced at exactly the right time. The more useful question is why it appeared when it did, and who benefited from it appearing at all. Project Anchor entered circulation in early 2025 as a leaked federal document describing a covert network of paid social media influencers pushing government-approved narratives. Within 72 hours, it was declared a forgery. The correction reached a fraction of the people who saw the original. That part isn't unusual. What followed was. Even after the document was proven fake, the framework it introduced didn't disappear. It persisted. Not because people believed the paper, but because the idea behind it felt familiar. The existence of influence operations isn't theoretical. The Pentagon has acknowledged them. The State Department operates them. Programs with different names, different scopes, but overlapping purpose. The document was false. The environment it described wasn't. There's a theory in disinformation research that the most effective way to hide a real system is to attach it to something fabricated. Give it a name, give it a document, let it spread just far enough to attract attention, then dismantle it publicly. The correction becomes the headline. The underlying reality is dismissed along with it. What remains is a neutralized idea, recognizable, but no longer credible. Project Anchor may have functioned exactly like that, not as a leak, but as a controlled exposure designed to collapse in on itself. A narrative introduced, amplified, and then discredited on schedule, both to convince people it was true and to make sure they stopped looking in that direction at all. Apocalypse conditioning names a specific function that sustained apocalyptic anxiety serves for a specific set of actors. It produces a population that is more compliant, more willing to accept surveillance and restriction, and structurally less capable of organizing around systemic change. Because systemic change requires believing the system is worth changing. A population convinced that catastrophe is imminent does not organize to reform institutions. It prepares individually, purchases equipment, builds personal resilience, and waits. The industries that supply this posture, emergency preparedness, private security infrastructure, backup communication systems, alternative food supply chains, have a direct financial interest in the population remaining in a state of apocalyptic anticipation. Their marketing and the independent survivalist content ecosystem are not clearly distinguishable in most cases, because in many cases, they are the same content. The measurable pattern is specific. Climate anxiety, pandemic anxiety, and geopolitical anxiety have reached historic highs among populations with access to the most information about these subjects, not among populations with direct exposure to their worst effects. The people most convinced that civilization is ending are, statistically, people whose material conditions have been most stable. The anxiety does not correlate with proximity to the threat. It correlates with consumption of specific content types. Something is being optimized for this outcome. The content that produces sustained low-grade apocalyptic dread performs well algorithmically, generates high engagement, reinforces itself through social confirmation, and consistently produces the political and behavioral outputs: compliance, security state expansion support, reduced collective action that benefit specific institutional actors. Whether this optimization is conscious and coordinated or emergent and then deliberately exploited, the function it serves is the same, and the beneficiaries are identifiable. The drones nobody could explain refers to the wave of unidentified aerial objects that appeared over New Jersey, New York, and eventually 17 states in late 2024, and to the specific detail that the government's coordinated response was to publicly claim complete ignorance, while classified congressional briefings contained flight telemetry identifying 3 distinct signature types, 2 of which don't correspond to anything in the acknowledged inventory of any military or commercial platform on Earth.
Tonight, an aerial mystery that's been described as unnerving is growing. The FBI now investigating multiple reports of unidentified drones flying over New Jersey, some as large as a small car. And today, a large drone seen here, also described as the size of a small vehicle, flying over a California event where Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin was in attendance.
The FAA, FBI, DHS, and Pentagon issued public statements simultaneously. Combined, those statements amounted to a coordinated performance of institutional blindness executed by agencies that do not otherwise coordinate well or quickly.
Mystery drone sightings all over the country. Can this really be happening without our government's knowledge? I don't think so. Let the public know, and now. Otherwise, shoot them down.
The radar data released through FOIA 2 months later showed objects operating with apparent real-time awareness of airspace restrictions, not accidentally violating them, not randomly ignoring them, but moving in ways that suggested live access to the same data used by air traffic control. The 17 geographic locations covered by the repeating formation pattern share no publicly obvious connection. That pattern has not been explained and has not been investigated by any publicly accountable body. 3 theories circulate among researchers who have reviewed the available data. The first, Chinese or Russian surveillance assets mapping American infrastructure in an operation too significant to acknowledge without admitting an intelligence failure of the first order. That a foreign power spent weeks cataloging sensitive sites while every relevant federal agency pretended not to see. The second, domestic black program assets operating over civilian terrain as a population response test, measuring how the public behaves under extended unexplained aerial presence before a larger disclosure event. The third, at least a portion of the swarm was non-human in origin, and the government's coordinated performance of ignorance was as close to official acknowledgement as anyone authorized to issue a press statement is currently permitted to offer.
Representative Jeff Van Drew, who is a Republican from New Jersey, was just on the air saying that Iran launched a mothership probably about a month ago that contains these drones, and that mothership is off the coast of the east coast of the United States. Is there any truth to that?
There is not any truth to that. There is no Iranian ship off the coast of the United States, and there's no so-called mothership launching drones towards the United States.
The government knows what was in the sky. It has chosen not to say. Whatever connects those 17 locations has been placed under national security classification, and no one with public accountability has been asked to explain why. The asteroid they're not talking about isn't really about a single object. It's about a pattern. After 2021, a set of otherwise unrelated systems all started moving at once. Elite bunker construction picked up. Seed vault infrastructure expanded beyond its usual pace. Continuity of government exercises shifted in tone, less theoretical, more specific. None of this was hidden. It just wasn't framed as connected. At the same time, the public story around Apophis asteroid kept getting safer. Impact probabilities were revised downward multiple times. Each revision came shortly after closed congressional briefings. The numbers changed. The underlying data didn't follow. No full methodology, no raw tracking logs, just updated conclusions. Individually, that's not unusual. Agencies revise risk models all the time, but the cadence stands out. Briefing, then revision. Briefing, then revision. A pattern where the explanation always arrives after the decision. Then there are the gaps. Periods in the near-Earth object catalog where no new bodies were logged despite active observation windows. Requests for the corresponding records came back flagged under national security. That alone is strange. Civilian asteroid tracking doesn't typically fall under that umbrella. This time it did. So the theory doesn't hinge on one asteroid. It hinges on behavior. The idea is simple. If something with a higher risk profile exists, you don't announce it outright. You manage the narrative around everything adjacent to it. You redirect attention to known objects, adjust their risk downward, and keep the real concern inside a smaller circle. That's where the ground level activity comes back in. The bunker timelines, the vault expansions, the shift in continuity planning. Each one has a reasonable explanation on its own. Together, they start to look less like coincidence and more like alignment. Meanwhile, funding for planetary defense has climbed year over year, with large portions of the justification kept classified. Officially, it's precaution. Unofficially, depending on who you ask, it's preparation. And the key idea, the one that keeps this theory alive, isn't that they're lying about an asteroid. It's that the asteroids they're talking about might not be the ones they're actually watching. NPC False Flags addresses the specific claim that certain mass violence events are not organic, that the perpetrators are not individuals who arrived at violence independently, but people identified for psychological vulnerability, processed through targeted content delivery, and activated at operationally convenient moments by a system with no human in any chain of command who would recognize what they were doing as coordination. The theory has a documented foundation. Former intelligence officials have described the mechanics of radicalization at a distance in congressional testimony, locating psychologically vulnerable individuals through behavioral signals, delivering escalating content to isolate and destabilize them, and monitoring progress without direct contact. The testimony has been specific enough to describe the mechanism. It has not been specific enough to produce a prosecution. What is documentable without the testimony is the pattern. A significant proportion of major domestic violence events since 2015 occurred at politically convenient moments. The perpetrators' digital histories, in a disproportionate number of cases, show rapid external radicalization rather than the slow organic development of belief. Content consumption patterns that go from zero to extreme within weeks, in ways that don't match how people actually change their minds. The legislative outcomes that follow have, in a notable proportion of cases, been outcomes that lacked sufficient political momentum immediately before the event. The 2026 version of the theory removes the human handler entirely. An algorithmic system identifies candidates through behavioral data, delivers escalating content in sequences optimized for isolation and radicalization, and advances individuals through the process automatically. No one in any operational chain would recognize what they were participating in as a weapon. The system would not know it was one either. What would distinguish this from ordinary algorithmic radicalization is targeting specificity, not optimizing for engagement broadly, but selecting for particular psychological profiles and activating on particular timelines. The data required to test this hypothesis exists inside the platforms. It has not been subject to independent forensic review in connection with any mass violence event. Memory harvesting describes a capability that does not require cooperation, awareness, or consent. The extraction of information from cognitive states a person doesn't know they're broadcasting, through devices they've already agreed to use. The CIA ran programs in hypnotic regression, chemically assisted interrogation, and sensory manipulation for memory extraction through the Cold War and into the 1980s. The programs were classified rather than concluded. The techniques were refined across decades of classified budgets. The question is not whether this research happened. The FOIA releases confirm it did, but what form it took as the technology changed around it. In 2026, the architecture for memory-adjacent data extraction exists in every connected device. Typing patterns encode cognitive state, speed variations, error rates, correction sequences, and pause distributions reflect attention, anxiety, deception, and memory access in ways that behavioral biometrics researchers have documented extensively and published openly. Eye tracking data, available from any device with a forward-facing camera and the right software. Maps fixation and avoidance, what the brain is attending to before the conscious mind has registered a decision. Voice stress analysis identifies emotional arousal and deception states across a standard phone call. Sleep tracking devices record physiological data through REM cycles, the phase during which memory consolidation occurs and during which specific physiological markers correlate with identifiable types of memory access. None of this requires classified technology. Most of it is sold commercially. The question is what the aggregate dataset, cognitive state across thousands of sessions, per individual, over years, reveals to an analyst who knows what they're looking at. The Cold War programs wanted what was inside people's heads. The infrastructure for extracting it passively, at scale, without contact or subject awareness, has been built and monetized by companies whose terms of service constitute consent. The only unresolved question is who has access to what the data actually shows. The chemtrail comeback is the observation that the most ridiculed conspiracy theory of the early internet era, the claim that aircraft are deliberately dispersing chemical compounds into the atmosphere for purposes beyond propulsion, became the documented position of Harvard University's Department of Earth and Planetary Sciences in 2024. Harvard's ESCOPEX program and parallel European geoengineering initiatives publicly reported conducting stratospheric aerosol injection experiments. Aircraft spraying particulate matter into the upper atmosphere to reflect sunlight and reduce surface temperatures. The mechanism they described is structurally identical to what chemtrail researchers had been describing since the 1990s. The mainstream objection was always that no evidence of such spraying existed. The mainstream is now conducting the spraying. Independent atmospheric sampling in high air traffic regions has returned consistent readings for barium, strontium, and aluminum oxide at concentrations that don't occur naturally at altitude. These three compounds appear in stratospheric aerosol injection proposals as the materials of choice. Official researchers attribute the readings to industrial pollution dispersal. These same three compounds are chemically active in ways that matter at population scale. Aluminum oxide is associated with neurological impairment and disrupted neural plasticity at chronic low-level exposure. Barium and strontium are documented endocrine disruptors. The theory with the most specific claims about intent focuses on neurological effect. That sustained population-level aluminum exposure at concentrations appearing in independent atmospheric samples produces the cognitive and behavioral profiles that have emerged in the same demographic cohorts over the same time frame. Reduced critical reasoning, diminished long-term planning capacity, disrupted memory formation. Whether this is a known side effect that program operators accept, or an outcome they are working toward, is the question the theory cannot resolve from outside the program. A secondary version connects the atmospheric modification to signal propagation, that the particulate layer produced by the spraying programs enhances millimeter wave transmission in ways that appear in the engineering specifications for certain 5G frequency deployments. The two programs are administered by agencies that publicly acknowledge no operational relationship. Their controlling the weather is not, in 2026, a fringe claim in any meaningful sense. Weather modification is a documented, licensed, ongoing practice operating across 17 US states. The contested question is whether the capability is being deployed as a geopolitical weapon. Cloud seeding programs operate under active NOAA licenses. The UAE maintains a national cloud seeding infrastructure. Operation Popeye, the US military's classified program to extend Vietnam's monsoon season over the Ho Chi Minh Trail and degrade enemy supply lines, is in the public record. The capability to direct rainfall at scale has existed since the 1960s, and has been in continuous development since. The April 2024 flooding in Dubai submerged the country's main airport and paralyzed operations for days. It occurred in the days following documented cloud seeding flights conducted by the UAE's own National Center of Meteorology. The official position was that the seeding was unrelated to the flooding. Independent meteorologists who reviewed the flight logs and rainfall radar data did not agree. The scale of the event was unprecedented in recorded Dubai weather history. The theory applied to Dubai is specific about motive. The UAE had been negotiating its energy relationships outside Western institutional frameworks in ways that were structurally inconvenient. The flooding in this reading was a demonstration of capability against critical infrastructure, the kind of message that requires no declaration, leaves no conventional fingerprint, and cannot be formally characterized as an act of war. The Maui version carries a more disturbing implication about outcome. The land in the areas destroyed by the 2023 Lahaina fires was acquired by institutional investors at transaction speeds inconsistent with organic post-disaster purchasing, displacement as a land acquisition mechanism rather than an incidental consequence. The Texas flooding of 2025 and the anomalous Atlantic hurricane intensification patterns of the same year sit in a context where the relevant atmospheric intervention capability is confirmed to exist, confirmed to be deployed in the relevant regions, and confirmed to operate with minimal public oversight. The consistent pattern across events, the communities absorbing catastrophic damage, are in locations where land, resources, or political outcomes were in contested play immediately before the event. The technology is real. The accountability is not. What the Department of Government Efficiency was really building describes the construction, over 90 days of unprecedented federal access, of the most complete behavioral targeting database ever assembled, covering the entire federal workforce, every government contractor, and every entity receiving federal funding, controlled by private individuals operating under no legal framework, governing what they can do with it. Career officials across affected agencies describe the access as without precedent. Standard security vetting procedures required of contractors before touching sensitive federal systems were not applied. The people moving through these systems were not government employees. The data they extracted, payment records, personnel files, contractor identities, grant databases, represents exactly the inputs required to build a cross-reference profile of every economically meaningful relationship between private individuals and the federal government. The three purposes attributed to this infrastructure are not mutually exclusive. The first is electoral, a dataset cross-referencing federal spending recipients with financial and behavioral profiles creates political targeting capability with no legal equivalent in commercial data, a map of economic dependency that translates directly into leverage over voters, contractors, and local governments. People whose livelihoods connect to federal funding can be identified, sorted by susceptibility, and reached through platforms the same principles control. The second is personnel control. The workforce database, at this level of granularity, produces a complete picture of which employees and contractors have institutional loyalties that would constitute resistance to policy implementation. The early 2025 dismissal patterns were not random. The removals correspond to records that would have flagged independence from administration loyalty networks, which only makes operational sense if someone had reviewed those records before the dismissals began. The third is leverage in the direct sense. Financial relationships between private individuals and federal programs, mapped at this resolution, produce an inventory of pressure points that no prior private actor in American history has possessed. The entity that controls this database simultaneously controls the most widely deployed commercial data platforms on Earth. The database exists. The people controlling it are not government employees. The law governing what they can do with it has not been written. The Age of Disclosure describes not a revelation about what is in the sky, but a specific group of people with specific financial interests who found an unfalsifiable story, attached it to defense budget allocations, and have sustained it for 8 years without producing a single verifiable piece of physical evidence. Every major moment in the modern UAP disclosure narrative, beginning with the 2017 New York Times story that launched it, originated through a single private organization, to the Stars Academy, whose principals included a former Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense and a former CIA officer. These are intelligence officials who left government employment and immediately founded a company structured to receive investment from people who believe in alien retrieval programs. This is documented. It is rarely mentioned in the coverage that followed. The narrative they introduced, recovered non-human craft, retrieved biologics, secret reverse engineering programs in facilities congressional oversight committees supposedly cannot access, has been maintained consistently across 8 years. No verifiable evidence has been produced. The congressional hearings the narrative generated resulted in new budget allocations for UAP research. The contractors connected to the original disclosure campaign received significant portions of those allocations. The most coherent explanation for the modern disclosure movement is not that the government is hiding extraterrestrials. It is that a specific group of people with specific financial interests found a story that is immune to falsification, generates congressional budget allocations automatically, and produces public fascination indefinitely, and deployed it through the media relationships their careers had built. The story cannot be disproven. The funding cannot be recalled. Whether there is anything in the sky is a separate question. The people running the disclosure narrative may know exactly what is up there. The disclosure movement as structured ensures that whatever they know stays inside the story they are controlling, and that the public's attention stays aimed at a direction they have chosen. Secret Atrocities proposes that populations carry the weight of violence that was never officially recorded, not as rumor or folk memory, but as measurable, heritable changes in neurobiology transmitted across generations through epigenetic mechanisms, in communities with no conscious knowledge of what their nervous systems are responding to. The epigenetic trauma research is documented. Studies of Holocaust survivor descendants, of communities affected by famine and sustained violence, and of populations adjacent to industrial and military operations have consistently found elevated cortisol profiles, altered stress response calibration, and disrupted sleep architecture in individuals with no direct exposure to the originating trauma. The inheritance mechanism is biological. The transmission across generations is real. What the theory extends this to is ongoing violence that generates no official casualty count, operations classified at a level that produces no record, disappearances that don't produce bodies that surface publicly, and population-level health outcomes in specific regions that have no official explanation. Communities in geographic proximity to classified military or industrial installations consistently report anomalous rates of mental health disorders, sleep disturbance, and what researchers have described as environmental dread, a pervasive, undirected anxiety with no identifiable source that residents describe independently of each other, in the same terms, across different generations. The theory holds that this is not coincidence and not standard contamination. It is the physiological signature of sustained exposure to events that are not being named. The body registers what the historical record omits. Whether the epigenetic mechanism operates at the speed the theory requires, the empirical observation is consistent. The communities most affected by what doesn't appear in official accounts are precisely the communities whose psychological health profiles most closely match the research literature on trauma inheritance. The gap between the official record and the biological one is not empty. Collectivism control theory proposes that the collapse of genuine community in the United States over the past 4 decades was not a side effect of technological change or economic disruption. It was the objective, and the replacement communities that emerged in its place were designed with a specific incapacity built in. Genuine community produces people who know each other in 3 dimensions, who can organize outside institutional channels, who develop shared understandings of local conditions, independent of media narratives, who generate the coordination capacity that makes collective action possible. This capacity is structurally threatening to centralized control in ways that a population of isolated individuals connected only through screens is not. The institutions that historically produced genuine community, local press, civic organizations, trade unions, neighborhood associations, religious communities organized around service rather than identity, have been defunded, acquired, algorithmically marginalized, and legally harassed across the same timeline that produced the substitute forms that replaced them. The substitutes share a single structural characteristic. They produce the emotional experience of belonging, the feeling of shared identity, of collective purpose, of being known, without the organizational capacity that belonging historically enables. Online communities organized around shared consumption, parasocial attachment to remote figures who don't know their audiences exist, identity communities that cohere around media products rather than geography or shared material conditions. The pattern would look identical whether the design were deliberate or accidental. The distinction matters because the policy outcomes are not accidental. The defunding of local institutions has occurred through specific policy choices over a specific timeline, and the replacement communities that have scaled most successfully all share the same incapacity, consistently, without exception. If the outcome were organic, there should be noise in the pattern. Some substitute forms that produce genuine organizational capacity. There isn't much. Supernatural detection mechanisms begins with something the US government will not dispute. It spent 20 years and $20 million hunting psychics, and when it reviewed the results, the program got classified instead of canceled. Project Stargate ran from 1972 to 1995. The official position was that remote viewing produced no operationally useful results. The documentation tells a different story. Internal CIA assessments rated certain sessions as statistically impossible to explain by chance. The program wasn't publicly defunded because it stopped working. It was defunded publicly and continued privately. This distinction appears in the release documents for anyone willing to read them carefully. The classified continuation produced, according to FOIA materials from the mid-1980s, research into mass screening, identifying individuals in the general population with anomalous cognitive capabilities through standardized tests with embedded psychic detection subtasks. The subjects were not told what was being measured. Some were military personnel who had no understanding that their routine aptitude assessments contained components designed to identify gifts they didn't know to name. The 2026 version of this program doesn't require a lab or a test. Behavioral data at scale produces the same signatures the older research was looking for manually. Decision-making patterns that defy statistical expectation, intuitive accuracy rates that don't fit the baseline, pattern recognition performance that places certain individuals at the extreme tail of distributions. All of this is visible in behavioral data that commercial platforms already collect passively, continuously, and without the subject's awareness. The infrastructure for identifying anomalous cognitive individuals at population scale, without their knowledge, is not hypothetical. It is the infrastructure that already exists. Superstructure prevention observes a pattern specific enough to require explanation. Catastrophic failure occurs at a reliable frequency when projects reach the exact scale at which they would demonstrate that human beings can manage truly large-scale collective coordination. And the alternative, commercially owned and proprietary, advances without interruption. The Titanic demonstrated the limits of the largest ship ever built. The Hindenburg ended rigid airship development. The Challenger failed during a public demonstration of routine orbital access. Chernobyl produced the most expensive industrial catastrophe in history. At the moment, Soviet nuclear infrastructure was positioned as a model for mass deployment. The Deepwater Horizon blowout ended deep offshore drilling as a routine energy solution. In each case, the failure arrived at the precise scale at which success would have represented a qualitative advancement in human collective organizational capacity. The theory does not require that each of these was individually sabotaged, though several were the subject of credible sabotage allegations that received significantly less investigation than the accidents warranted. It requires only that the category of project capable of demonstrating genuine large-scale public coordination consistently produces catastrophic failure in ways that prevent that demonstration from occurring. The alternative in each case, commercially owned, proprietary, decentralized infrastructure, advances without comparable interruption. The public infrastructure that would shift power toward collective coordination does not advance. The private infrastructure that concentrates control does. In 2026, the pattern has a digital instantiation. Every major attempt to build publicly owned digital infrastructure, open interoperable protocols, public alternatives to commercial platforms, commons-based information architectures, has either failed catastrophically, been acquired and neutralized, been buried under regulatory requirements that commercial incumbents helped draft, or been defunded at the moment it began demonstrating viability. The megastructure that cannot be built in 2026 is not physical. The pattern of its failure is the same as every megastructure before it. Experimentation in acuity refers to the specific technique of testing on unconsenting populations by embedding experiments in contexts that provide plausible deniability. MKUltra was real. The Tuskegee syphilis study ran for 40 years. Radiation experiments on hospital patients happened through the 1970s. The exposure of these programs was in every case accidental. Documents leaked, participants survived long enough to testify, or researchers talked. The programs that haven't been exposed are presumably the ones where none of those conditions obtained. The inacuity framing describes the specific technique of testing in contexts that provide plausible deniability: product trials, environmental releases, food additive studies, algorithm experiments, where the causal chain between the test and its effects is long enough to be deniable. You don't inject people with an unknown compound. You add it to something ubiquitous and study the population-level outcomes over a decade. The population can't give consent to something it doesn't know is happening. In 2026, the most plausible venue for this kind of experimentation is digital. The platforms have explicit legal authority to run experiments on users under their terms of service. They have outcome data at a scale no laboratory could produce, and there is no regulatory framework requiring disclosure of what was tested, on whom, or what the results were. The manufactured measles outbreak addresses the 2025 measles resurgence in the American Southwest, its transmission pattern that epidemiologists described as non-random, and the specific documentation that would confirm or refute the anomaly but remains classified. The transmission speed was faster than the natural community-to-community spread pattern that measles epidemiologists use as their baseline. The case geography showed jumps, outbreaks appearing in locations separated by unaffected communities in between, that do not characterize how measles moves through unvaccinated populations under normal conditions. The outbreak's timeline aligned with the legislative calendar for the Vaccine Safety and Transparency Act, a bill that had failed to advance in the previous 2 congressional sessions for lack of the political conditions to move it. Within 40 days of the first confirmed Texas case, those political conditions had materialized and the bill was advancing. The contact tracing documentation for the index case, the person who started the outbreak, was placed under active investigation classification and has not been publicly released. What makes this theory difficult to dismiss entirely is not the outbreak itself, but the specific documentation gap. Patient zero contact tracing is the most fundamental epidemiological data in an outbreak investigation. It is the data that would confirm or refute the transmission timeline anomaly. The decision to classify it means that the anomaly cannot be investigated by anyone outside the agencies that would be implicated if the anomaly were real. Bird flu, designed and deployed, examines the H5N1 strain that spread through American dairy cattle in 2024 and 2025. Its genetic similarities to laboratory-passaged variants, and why vaccine advance purchase agreements were signed before the outbreak began. Avian influenza infecting dairy cattle at this scale and speed had no precedent in the epidemiological record. The genetic sequence of the strain contains adaptations that are rare in natural avian strains and common in laboratory-passaged variants, modifications that appear when a virus is repeatedly grown through successive hosts in a controlled setting to accelerate adaptation. The NIH Grant Trail Connecting EcoHealth Alliance to gain-of-function research at the Wuhan Institute of Virology had been extensively documented by 2024. What received less attention was the parallel funding for H5N1 research at other BSL-3 and BSL-4 facilities. Virologists who compared the 2024 cattle strain against the sequences produced in documented research programs noted similarities that the journal submissions describing their concerns were, in several cases, declined for publication. The advance purchase agreements for H5N1 vaccines, federal commitments totaling over $2 billion, were signed in early 2024, before the cattle outbreak began. The companies that received those commitments are the companies whose vaccines were fast-tracked through emergency use authorization when the outbreak required them. The money was committed before the disease existed in its 2024 form. The timeline has not been explained by anyone with the standing to explain it. Ozempic is controlling you describes an effect of GLP-1 receptor agonists not listed in clinical trial endpoints. a systematic reduction in motivation across behavioral categories far broader than appetite suppression. Alcohol, compulsive shopping, gambling, social media. The suppression profile is consistent across patient populations and has been documented in post-market surveillance data since 2022. The drug is not just reducing hunger, it is reducing wanting. This is explicable by basic neuroscience. GLP-1 receptors are distributed throughout the brain, with significant concentrations in the reward processing, emotional memory, and impulse control regions. Activating them systemically doesn't just suppress appetite, it damps the brain's motivational architecture across multiple domains simultaneously. The drug is doing something considerably broader than it was approved to do, and the researchers who raised grant applications exploring the scope of that effect found the funding environment hostile in ways that correlate with Novo Nordisk's influence on NIH review panels. By 2025, approximately 40 million people globally were taking semaglutide. Consumer spending categories associated with impulsive behavior showed measurable declines in those markets. Alcohol sales dropped. Social media engagement metrics fell. Economists attributed these shifts to cost of living pressures. Behavioral researchers who mapped the data against GLP-1 adoption rates found a tighter correlation than any macroeconomic variable could explain. The drug that makes you less hungry also appears to be making you less acquisitive, less compulsive, and less susceptible to the engagement mechanics that the attention economy depends on. Novo Nordisk has not addressed this. The FDA has not asked. RFK Jr. inside the machine observes what happened when the pharmaceutical industry's most credible critic was integrated into the institution he had spent decades attacking from the outside. Kennedy Jr. spent decades as the most prominent and legally sophisticated critic of the pharmaceutical regulatory relationship in America. His lawsuits, his documentation of FDA industry capture, his analysis of vaccine injury data. These produced a sustained legal and intellectual record that made him the single most credible voice in the anti-establishment health space. Then he was appointed Secretary of Health and Human Services by the administration that ran against the establishment, and something interesting happened. Within 60 days of his confirmation, several regulatory reform measures Kennedy had publicly championed were shelved under administrative rationales that would have been politically impossible to apply to any other HHS secretary. The movement that had organized around his pre-government advocacy lost its most effective messenger to an institution he could no longer credibly attack from the outside, and whose internal workings he now navigated under political and legal constraints that did not apply to him before. The pattern has a name in political theory: co-optation. You neutralize a critic not by defeating them, but by integrating them. The staff appointments Kennedy was permitted to make versus those he was denied follow a pattern consistent with controlled integration rather than genuine reform authority. Whether Kennedy entered that arrangement knowingly, was maneuvered into it, or is still fighting the battle internally in ways not visible from outside, the institution has continued to function with minimal structural change since his arrival. Starving the Herd addresses a pattern between 2022 and 2025. Infrastructure failures concentrated in food production, simultaneous supply chain disruption, and the resulting consolidation of control into fewer production points. Individually, each incident was explainable. Collectively, the geographic distribution, concentrated in Midwest grain and protein processing infrastructure, produced a pattern that insurance analysts and fire investigators described privately as non-random while declining to say so on the record. Simultaneously, avian flu destroyed tens of millions of egg-laying hens across multiple cycles. Fertilizer supply chains fractured under Ukraine conflict pressure. Sustainable farming regulations were written in ways that consistently advantaged large corporate operations over small producers. Lab-grown meat initiatives attracted the same venture capital networks that had already captured pharmaceutical and technology sectors. The food supply emerging from this transition is increasingly concentrated into fewer production points, operated by fewer entities, with every transaction in the chain logged and surveillable. Whoever controls protein synthesis, whoever controls seed supply, whoever controls distribution. These entities now hold leverage over the human population that no previous generation of elites possessed. The transition is framed as innovation and efficiency. The concentration of control it produces is either an intended outcome or the most predictable unintended consequence in economic history. Neuralink in the detention camps starts with a documented fact. Neuralink received FDA Breakthrough Device designation in 2023, with clinical trial protocols requiring the device be demonstrated in populations with severe neurological conditions. Detention advocacy organizations that filed FOIA requests for medical procedure logs at the named facilities were denied under patient privacy provisions. Privacy provisions that normally protect medical records do not apply to records that would exonerate the facility. They apply to records that would implicate it. The denial was noted. In late 2025, accounts emerged from individuals held at ICE detention facilities describing unfamiliar procedures characterized to them as medical screenings involving devices applied to the scalp. The structural conflict of interest is documented and unaddressed. Elon Musk was simultaneously the founder of Neuralink, the head of Doge with direct administrative access to ICE detention facility management systems, and the owner of the primary communication platform used for federal government business. Federal ethics oversight described this combination as unique in its scope and declined to initiate an investigation. The detained individuals who provided accounts of the procedures were subsequently deported to countries where their testimony is inaccessible. The logs remain sealed. Harvesting preparations refers to the parallel between industrial livestock management and modern structural conditions. The convergence of sedentary lifestyle, high caloric density processed food, sleep disruption, chronic stress, and pharmaceutical dependency produces a physiological profile in large population segments that researchers in metabolic medicine describe in terms almost identical to the profile of animals being prepared for slaughter. The preparation theory holds that this convergence is not accidental. The food system, the pharmaceutical system, the housing system, and the labor system are described as operating in coordination to maximize the extractable value of human biological material, whether that value is measured in labor, consumer spending, pharmaceutical dependency, or in the more extreme versions, literal biological harvest. The version that doesn't require a secret cabal is sufficient for most purposes. The financial interests that profit from chronic illness, from dependency, from concentrated low-income populations in high-stress environments have had sufficient lobbying power to shape every policy that would have interrupted the pattern. The mechanisms are public record. The outcomes are measurable. What remains undetermined is not the pattern, but who, if anyone, is reading it intentionally. Mentality manipulation music proposes that the architecture of algorithmically optimized popular music has converged on neurological parameters that maximize suggestibility rather than aesthetic satisfaction. Specific frequency relationships, rhythmic patterns, and harmonic structures produce measurable neurological responses, including altered states of arousal, increased suggestibility, and enhanced receptivity to external instruction. This was known by the mid-20th century and was documented in CIA and military research on interrogation enhancement. What the theory proposes for 2026 is that the architecture of popular music production, which is now substantially algorithmic, optimized by streaming platforms for engagement metrics, has converged on the neurological parameters that maximize a specific emotional state. Not pleasure, not aesthetic satisfaction, but the particular blend of arousal and receptivity that makes the listener most responsive to surrounding content. The song is not the product. The listener's primed neurological state is the product. The most cited evidence is the convergence of tempo, rhythmic structure, and harmonic pattern across algorithmically recommended music, cross-genre, cross-artist, cross-decade, onto a remarkably narrow band of acoustic parameters that happen to correspond to the parameters identified in behavioral research as most associated with heightened suggestibility. The platforms optimizing for this outcome do not need to have intended it. The optimization pressure was sufficient. The result is a global listening environment calibrated, by design or by accident, to make its audience more receptive to whatever comes next. Zuckerberg is not human takes seriously what behavioral analysts noted in congressional testimony: anomalies in the social responses of an individual whose public presentations have been comprehensively managed and scripted. Behavioral scientists who reviewed the footage noted anomalies in blinking frequency, effect latency, and social calibration responses that they described as inconsistent with organic human behavior under stress. The popular interpretation, that this confirmed reptilian hybrid theory, is probably the least interesting version of what the observation suggests. The more technically specific variant of the theory holds that advances in synthetic biology and behavioral AI training have produced entities capable of simulating human social interaction within normal ranges while failing at edge cases: genuine spontaneity, unscripted emotional response, humor that doesn't feel like pattern matching. The 2018 testimony was an edge case. The responses were noticeably wrong in the specific ways that behavioral mimicry fails when the script doesn't account for the question. Meta's internal documents, as revealed in the 2021 Facebook papers, show a corporate culture of comprehensively managing Zuckerberg's public presentations. Scripted interactions, coached responses, media access management so thorough that independent journalists have not had an uncontrolled conversation with him since 2016. What that management is protecting has never been established. What reaches the public is a performance calibrated to pass at normal range, and the company has spent a decade ensuring that normal range is all anyone gets to evaluate. The Black Eye press conference catalogs an unexplained pattern across 2 decades. Left eye bruising and orbital injuries appearing in high-profile figures without reported incident, clustering in ways that random injury cannot explain. Pope Francis, George W. Bush, Prince Philip, Bob Dole, John Kerry, Kanye West. The list extends further than most people expect, and the clustering around the left eye, rather than random distribution between eyes as accidental injuries would produce, is statistically notable. None of the individuals on the list have ever offered a specific explanation for their injury. The injuries simply appear and disappear. The 3 competing explanations in fringe research are a ritual initiation involving physical marking, a medical procedure requiring orbital access for device implantation, and a social signal visible to others within a specific network, a marker of submission or membership communicated through a shared understanding of its meaning. All 3 explanations have the same evidentiary problem. They are unfalsifiable from outside. What is falsifiable is the claim that the pattern is random. It is not random. That much has been established. What explains it has not. The 3 p.m. window identifies an optimal news release window that crisis public relations practitioners describe privately but never publish: 2:45 to 3:30 p.m. Eastern on business days. One of its more specific findings, acknowledged privately by practitioners but never published, is the existence of an optimal news release window for significant negative announcements, late enough to miss the morning editorial cycle, early enough to make the evening broadcast, and specifically timed to leave insufficient daylight for competitive journalism to develop a counter-narrative before deadline. The window falls between roughly 2:45 and 3:30 p.m. Eastern on business days. Researchers who cataloged major celebrity and corporate crisis news events over a 5-year period found that approximately 38% occurred within this window, a distribution significantly higher than random placement across waking hours would predict. When they mapped deaths, breakups, firings, and revelations against the clock, the window was identifiable as a mode in the data. PR firms contacted for comment acknowledged a preferred release time without confirming the specific range. Luigi Mangione, folk hero or controlled op, examines the December 2024 killing of United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson and the extraordinary precision of the public response that followed. Perfect symbolism, perfect perpetrator profile, perfect timing. The man arrested for the killing, Luigi Mangione, was 26 years old, Princeton-educated, physically imposing, and in possession of a written manifesto targeting the insurance industry. The public response was extraordinary, immediate, widespread, and notably sympathetic in a way that defied the usual pattern for coverage of violent crime. What made conspiracy researchers take notice was the precision of the optics. The target was the most symbolically appropriate possible figure, the face of an industry that annually denies life-saving care to millions of Americans. The alleged perpetrator fit the profile of a radicalizing anti-hero with unusual completeness, attractive, educated, articulate, apparently driven by genuine grievance. The manifesto was literate. The timing was 4 weeks after a bitterly contested election. The folk hero narrative built itself in 48 hours, with an efficiency that organic outrage rarely produces. Social media analysis of the initial amplification showed account activity patterns consistent with coordinated inauthentic behavior. Whether Mangione acted alone, was connected to an organized network, or was identified and cultivated by an entity that understood what his act would produce culturally, the folk hero was real. The question is whether the folk hero was designed. The CBDC endgame describes programmability features written explicitly into central bank digital currency design specifications, expiration dates, spending restrictions, geographic limitations, and the switches that could control how money can be used. The Bank for International Settlements, which coordinates global central banking policy, has published technical design documents for these systems that include programmability features explicitly described in the documentation. The ability to set expiration dates on currency units, restrict spending to approved categories, and impose geographic limitations on where funds can be used. These features are not theoretical. They are design specifications written by the people building the systems. The transition is framed publicly as a payments infrastructure upgrade. Faster, cheaper, more efficient than the existing system. The programmability features are described, when described at all, as tools for targeted welfare distribution and consumer protection. The same features also describe a mechanism through which a central bank could, at its discretion, make a citizen's money unusable for specific purposes or in specific places without any judicial process. Nations that have already deployed CBDC systems, China's digital yuan, Nigeria's naira, have applied restrictions on fund withdrawal and usage that were not disclosed to users during adoption. The infrastructure of financial freedom is being replaced with infrastructure that contains the switches for financial control. The switches are in the technical specifications. They were put there on purpose. The TikTok conspiracy centers on a documented asymmetry. The Chinese domestic version of TikTok, called Douyin, operates under regulations that cap minor usage at 60 minutes per day, restrict content to educational and civic categories, and actively promote academic achievement and professional ambition. The international version is built differently. The international version of TikTok, the version served to teenagers in the United States, Europe, and Latin America, has none of these restrictions. Its algorithm is optimized for engagement, which in practice means maximum time spent on content that produces emotional arousal. The content that performs best on international TikTok is entertainment, conflict, outrage, and distraction. The content categories that Douyin restricts are the content categories that thrive on TikTok. ByteDance, which owns both platforms, employs separate content moderation teams with different philosophies for each. Former employees who have spoken publicly describe explicit guidance to suppress certain categories on Douyin that are permitted to flourish internationally. The company that is protecting Chinese children's attention from its own product is deploying that product's full attentional extraction capacity against everyone else's children. This is not subtle. It has been documented. The regulatory response in the West has consisted primarily of threatening to ban the app and then not banning it. Another theory revolving around the new craze, the Ozempic eugenics project, refers to the side effect profile of GLP-1 receptor agonists, which carries reproductive implications. Menstrual disruption, significantly reduced libido. Preliminary findings from animal studies indicating effects on reproductive hormone levels. Women of reproductive age were excluded from the relevant longitudinal endpoints in Novo Nordisk's FDA submission, meaning the drug was approved without data on what it does to the reproductive systems of the population that now takes it most. The markets where Ozempic and Wegovy have achieved their highest adoption rates are high-income Western nations, where fertility rates were already below population replacement levels before the drug existed. The mechanism that is disrupting menstrual cycles and suppressing libido in these populations is being prescribed at the fastest mass adoption rate of any pharmaceutical in history. Faster than statins, faster than SSR is, faster than any drug that has preceded it. The missing data is the most significant part of this. Novo Nordisk's FDA submission documented the reproductive endpoint exclusions. The FDA approved the drug with those exclusions. The drug is now inside approximately 40 million people, disproportionately women of reproductive age, and the data on what it is doing to their reproductive systems over time does not exist in any form that has been made public. Whether that is negligence, cost management, or something more deliberate is a question the approval process was specifically designed not to answer. Matrix realism refers to the rollout of digital identity systems, programmable currency, persistent behavioral scoring, and continuous biometric monitoring as parallel infrastructure tracks that are converging. Assembled as a unified system, they describe something that has no precedent in the liberal democratic tradition. A comprehensive monitoring and control architecture in which every transaction, movement, communication, and physiological state of every person is recorded, scored, and subject to behavioral modification in real time. The theory doesn't require that this was built according to a plan. It requires only that it was built, and that the people who benefit from having this architecture available are not the general population. The digital prison that science fiction described as dystopian speculation in the 20th century has been constructed, largely voluntarily, using the infrastructure of what was marketed as liberation technology. In 2026, the technical completeness of this system, pending only full CBDC implementation and the final transition from optional to mandatory biometric identification in high-traffic contexts, has been noted by several governments as a geopolitical achievement. The framing varies. Some describe it as security infrastructure, some as governance modernization. None of them describe it as a control mechanism, which is what it functions as. The alien distraction refers to the pattern that every major UAP disclosure event since 2017 has occurred within a compressed window of acute domestic political pressure. The primary advocates for congressional UAP hearings, when their financial relationships are examined, are connected to aerospace defense contractors who have received significant new research funding as a direct result of the disclosure campaign they helped create. The former defense and intelligence officials who launched the modern disclosure era moved directly from their government positions into for-profit ventures built around their alleged insider knowledge of non-human technology. The knowledge has not been fully shared. The financial arrangements have been quite stable. The alien story may be true. Non-human intelligence may be real. But the disclosure campaign as it has actually operated, the specific people running it, the specific timing of its major moments, the specific financial beneficiaries of the budget allocations it generates, operates with the mechanics of a managed information campaign running in parallel to whatever the actual truth is. You can believe both things, that there is something real in the sky, and that whoever is telling you about it is doing so for reasons that have nothing to do with informing you. The Air Force hazing ritual refers to the gap between the US military's publicly stated inability to explain UAP sightings and its actual sensor capabilities, which are sophisticated enough that the inability strains credibility. The UAP video footage released through official channels, the Nimitz FLIR, the GoFast, the gimbal recordings, was released after the metadata was stripped from each file. Metadata is the information that would allow independent analysts to verify camera settings, sensor parameters, and the technical specifications that would confirm or complicate the interpretations placed on the footage. Without the metadata, the videos are visually interesting and technically unverifiable. That is not what accidental metadata removal produces. That is what deliberate metadata removal produces. The performance of confusion from the world's most capable military, unable to explain what its own sensors recorded, unable to characterize what its own pilots encountered, is either a genuine mystery or the most convincing demonstration of institutional theater in defense history. The specific design of that theater, if it is theater, serves the same interests as the disclosure campaign. Sustained public and congressional attention to a phenomenon that generates funding and deflects scrutiny from the programs that don't want to be asked about. Immaculate Constellation refers to the classified UAP program David Grush testified about before Congress in 2023. One node in a hidden intelligence architecture operating completely outside normal oversight. The program name does not appear in any declassified document, confirmed congressional budget line, or IG report. Its existence rests on testimony from a single witness. What does not rest on a single witness is the broader system Grush described, a classification architecture through which programs can be funded through congressional appropriations while being hidden from the oversight committees responsible for those appropriations. The Senate Intelligence Committee has documented this architecture in general terms in its own oversight reports. The specific programs shielded within it are, by design, unknown. Whether Immaculate Constellation is real or a misdirection, the system in which it supposedly operates is confirmed. Programs funded with public money can be designed to be invisible to the public's elected representatives. That is not a conspiracy theory. It is the documented structure of the U.S. intelligence community's black budget architecture. Musk's AI in the war room refers to the concentration of infrastructure under a single actor. Grok, deployed across X to approximately 700 million users, while Doge personnel simultaneously used X's platform for internal government communications, and Neuralink pursued FDA-designated clinical trials. The specific data access Grok receives through X's algorithmic architecture extends beyond what individual users send. Real-time visibility into all platform communications, trending content, behavioral patterns, and direct message metadata. This constitutes a surveillance capability that no previous private actor has operated while simultaneously having its founder embedded in the administrative structure of the federal government. The legal framework governing what a private AI system can do with federal government communications that pass through its infrastructure does not exist in any form that has been publicly applied to this situation. Federal ethics oversight characterized the conflict of interest as unique in its scope and took no action. Whether Grok is reading the federal government's mail is less important than the fact that nobody has established that it isn't. The 47-second video refers to multiple individuals with claimed access to classified UAP programs describing consistent encounters. The consistency across independent accounts, the duration, the platform source, the content description, is the primary reason researchers take the claim seriously. It is not the kind of consistency that results from shared fabrication. The footage has not been released. The bureaucratic mechanisms cited for its non-release, classification challenges, interdepartmental custody transfer, review board scheduling delays, are documented in other contexts as the specific tools used when the goal is preventing material from reaching congressional oversight, rather than protecting legitimate national security interests. The mechanisms are not unusual. Their combination and persistence in this specific case is. The 47 seconds either exists or it is a piece of carefully maintained folklore that has been useful to the disclosure community. The descriptions from independent witnesses are detailed enough that a fabrication explanation requires either an unusually sophisticated disinformation operation or an unusual number of people who independently decided to describe the same fictional footage in the same terms. The footage has not appeared. Its absence has been remarkably consistent for a very long time. What the CIA bought in Norway refers to an incident off the Norwegian coast in the early 1980s. The Norwegian Navy's recovery of an unidentified submerged object, referenced obliquely in partially declassified military communications, followed by documented CIA acquisition of physical material from the operation. The CIA's Scientific and Technical Intelligence Directorate ran programs throughout the Cold War, specifically designed to acquire unusual material samples from Allied intelligence services. Norwegian-American intelligence cooperation in this period is documented in declassified liaison records. The overlap between a recovered anomalous material in Norway and an active CIA acquisition program for exactly this category of material is either coincidence or the thing that coincidences are named after. Battelle Memorial Institute, which has documented historical relationships with both the Air Force's UAP materials research programs and the CIA's materials analysis functions, is the facility where the material is alleged to have been analyzed in the US. Battelle's UAP-related work is partially declassified. The Norwegian material analysis, if it occurred, would sit in the classification tier that has not been released. What Norway found, what America paid for it, and what the analysis showed are three questions that the available public record can only gesture toward. Maximal spatial censorship refers to a response to the Fermi paradox. Concealment not of aliens themselves, but of the mechanism of detection. Not concealment by the aliens of their own existence, but concealment of the detection data from the humans doing the detecting. The sensor data from SETI and major radio telescope arrays flows through institutional infrastructure before it reaches public analysis. What gets flagged as anomalous and what gets filtered as noise is decided at institutional choke points. The documented cases where anomalous signals were detected, reported internally, and not published are not zero. The wow signal analog, genuine detections that were quietly shelved rather than publicized, appears in the research literature at the margins, cited by people who had access and subsequently lost their positions. The argument isn't that these were necessarily alien in origin, only that the determination was made by someone other than the public, and the data was not released for independent evaluation. In 2026, the expansion of private telescope infrastructure, much of it operating under corporate data policies that don't require disclosure, has moved a significant portion of relevant observation outside any public accountability framework. Whatever those instruments are seeing is proprietary. The people who know what they're seeing have signed NDAs. Extraterrestrial whistleblowers refers to what the congressional testimony of David Grush in 2023 established. Not proof of extraterrestrial contact, but a formal legislative and oversight framework that now treats the existence of classified non-human intelligence programs as a live institutional question. By 2026, the response to this testimony has been notable primarily for what it hasn't been. No serious congressional investigation, no declassification process, no coordinated media examination of the specific claims. The officials who testified have not been prosecuted for revealing classified information, which suggests either that what they described is not classified, or that prosecuting them would require confirming the classification of something the government is not prepared to confirm publicly. The whistleblower theory, that there is a structured, ongoing release of information by people inside the program who have concluded that public disclosure is necessary and have coordinated the release to maximize its impact while minimizing prosecution risk, is not less plausible than the alternative, that multiple senior intelligence officials independently decided, around the same time, to publicly lie about one of the most consequential topics in human history. Entity spawning starts with a simple observation. A significant number of online personalities who built massive audiences between 2015 and 2023 have no verifiable existence prior to their public emergence. The theory that emerged from this observation is not that these are fake people in any simple sense, but that they are constructed entities, assembled from curated biographical elements, backstopped by fabricated documentation, and maintained by teams rather than individuals, deployed for specific influence purposes, and then retired when those purposes are served. The technology that would make this straightforward at scale was available by 2021. In 2026, the more unsettling version is that the distinction between a constructed online entity and an authentic one has become operationally meaningless. If an entity's behavior is consistent, its community is real, its influence is measurable, and its content is indistinguishable from human production, the question of whether there is a real person behind it is not obviously meaningful. The entities are real. The question is who is running them and toward what ends. The death of Pope Francis refers to the institutional conflict surrounding the final months of his papacy and the circumstances of his death on April 21, 2025, attributed to the accumulated effects of chronic illness. Francis's documented health trajectory, stable enough to conduct public audiences and give scheduled addresses in early 2025, showed a sharp deterioration in the weeks following a series of closed Curia meetings in February that multiple Vatican observers described as a confrontation over the investigation's scope. The timing correlation between the confrontations and the deterioration is not proof of anything. It is the kind of correlation that becomes significant when placed against the Vatican's well-documented history of resolving inconvenient popes through mechanisms that leave no trace. The criminal prosecution of the Secretariat of State officials was quietly downgraded in scope and severity in the months following Francis's death. Several individuals whose convictions Francis had actively sought received reduced sentences or had charges dropped on procedural grounds. The investigation Francis built is being dismantled. The timing of his death, relative to the investigation's trajectory, is the fact that the institution is counting on everyone being too reverent to examine. Pope Leo XIV, the MAGA Church War, refers to the election of Robert Francis Prevost as Pope Leo XIV on May 8, 2025. The first American pope in the history of the Catholic Church, and the institutional and political conflict that accompanied his selection. Prevost's theological record on questions of gender, sexuality, and Western cultural liberalism aligns precisely with the positions of the Curia conservative bloc that spent the final years of Francis's papacy working to constrain his reform agenda. The conclave that elected Prevost was the most consequential internal power contest in the Church since the 2013 election that produced Francis. The conservative faction that lost that contest won this one, and won it in a manner that produced a narrative, historic American Pope, designed to be bigger than the ideology. The American identity of Leo XIV gives his papacy a media frame that makes the ideological reversal it represents difficult to characterize without appearing to minimize the historic achievement. That is not an accidental framing. It is the most sophisticated move available to a faction that needed to reverse a decade of institutional direction while giving the press something else to talk about. Would the Pope baptize an alien? Traces back to a 2008 statement by Father José Gabriel Funes, director of the Vatican Observatory, asserting that the existence of extraterrestrial life would not contradict Catholic doctrine. The Vatican Observatory's engagement with extraterrestrial intelligence questions has escalated consistently since that statement. A 2009 conference at the Vatican brought together astronomers, theologians, and astrobiologists specifically to discuss how the Church would respond to confirmed non-human intelligence. The doctrinal groundwork for that response has been laid across 15 years of increasingly specific theological publication. Institutions do not prepare for events they do not anticipate. The Vatican has operated an observatory since the late 19th century. The Jesuits who staff it hold security clearances in several NATO member countries and have documented relationships with space agency science programs. What the Vatican's telescopes have observed, what its personnel have been briefed on through intelligence relationships, and what the 15 years of doctrinal preparation is actually preparing for are questions that the observable pattern of preparation raises without answering. Malachi's final pope refers to the prophecy attributed to the 12th century Irish bishop. The document was discovered in Vatican archives in 1590, and its authenticity has been disputed since. Scholars note that the epithets for popes before the document's discovery are far more specific than those after it, suggesting the list may have been created backward to predict what had already happened, and forward to predict what would come. The prophecy ends with Petrus Romanus, Peter the Roman, under whose reign the city on 7 hills is destroyed, and the last judgment comes. By the standard count, Leo XIV is Pope 112. The identification of Prevost as Petrus Romanus requires interpretive steps that proponents have detailed and critics have contested. The Augustinian order's Petrine symbolism, the Latin roots of certain names in Prevost's documented history, the specific phrasing of the final prophecy entry relative to Leo XIV's stated agenda. Each interpretive link is debatable individually. The chain of them is debatable in aggregate. What is not interpretive is the historical fact. The prophecy ends here by the numbering that has been standard since the document's rediscovery. Whether Malachi's prophecy is a medieval fabrication, a genuine mystical document, or an elaborate piece of misdirection placed in Vatican archives to produce this specific cultural moment, is a question that the current Pope's pontificate will presumably, eventually, answer. The starseed religion is one of the fastest-growing cosmological belief systems of the past decade. The claim that certain humans are incarnated extraterrestrial souls placed on Earth with a mission related to its spiritual evolution. It originated in New Age channeling communities in the 1980s and expanded through the 2020s. Several of the teachers who popularized the starseed framework in the 1980s and 1990s were associated with human potential movement communities that were simultaneously under observation by FBI COINTELPRO successor programs focused on alternative spirituality movements. The human potential movement that incubated starseed theology was a documented subject of intelligence interest throughout the 1970s and 1980s. Whether that observation was purely passive, monitoring for foreign influence, or included active shaping of the communities being monitored is the question that the available FOIA releases don't fully answer. The Great Awakening 2.0 refers to what happened after QAnon's posting stopped in December 2020. The community it had organized did not dissolve. It reorganized around new information sources, new platforms, and new voices. The movement's resilience to predictive failure is one of its most studied features. Every event that doesn't happen as predicted is reinterpreted as evidence of deeper deception, which itself confirms the existence and power of the forces the community is organized against. The unfalsifiability is not a bug. It is the structural feature that makes the belief system self-sustaining, regardless of external events. The accounts that replaced Q in the post-2021 ecosystem include several whose posting patterns, coordination signatures, and content timing are inconsistent with individual human operation. Something is maintaining this community. Whether that something is organic momentum, the continued operation of foreign influence infrastructure that found Q useful, or a domestic institutional successor to the original program, the community has not dispersed. It has grown, and the information it circulates has gotten harder, not easier, to distinguish from the organic fringe content around it. Alien Religions examines the ancient astronaut hypothesis. The claim that figures described as gods in early religious texts were extraterrestrial visitors interpreted through the cognitive frameworks of pre-scientific cultures. The mainstream dismissal fails to engage systematically with its strongest evidence. This theory incorporates the disclosure developments of the preceding 3 years. If the US government possesses non-human craft and materials, as testified under oath by multiple senior officials, then the question of whether non-human intelligence has been present on Earth for longer than the modern state is not purely speculative. The religious traditions that claim to document contact with non-human intelligent beings may be doing exactly that. The more pointed version of the theory is that the major religious institutions, particularly those with the oldest continuous documentary records, know this, and that the Vatican's well-documented astronomical research program, its large and sophisticated intelligence apparatus, and its consistent interest in the extraterrestrial question are not coincidental. Pre-reset guidelines refers to the catastrophism embedded across major religious texts, flood narratives, divine punishments, and apocalyptic civilizational resets that appear in cultures with no documented contact in enough consistent detail to suggest either a common experience or a common source. The theory frames religious law as operational survival knowledge that was mythologized to ensure transmission fidelity. Dietary restrictions map onto food safety in pre-refrigeration environments. Hygiene codes map onto disease prevention before germ theory. Sabbath observance maps onto cognitive restoration that sustained productivity in agricultural economies. The supernatural frame wasn't deception. It was the only container that would survive intact across generations that couldn't be trusted to understand the underlying logic. In 2026, this framework has been applied specifically to the eschatological content, the descriptions of end times, judgment, and renewal that appear in virtually every major tradition. The theory holds that these are not prophecy, but documentation, records from a previous civilization that had reached a similar technological threshold and recorded what happened when they did. We are reading their after-action report. The empire that was erased refers to the Tartaria theory, the claim that a global civilization of extraordinary architectural achievement was destroyed or buried in a catastrophic event sometime in the 18th or 19th century, and that its existence has been systematically removed from the historical record. Across dozens of North American cities, buildings described in official records as original constructions from the 1820s through 1870s have ground floors that open several feet below current street grade. Original maps show street-level entrances that now sit buried. The 1893 Chicago World's Fair, hundreds of enormous classical buildings constructed in 2 years in a city that was 30 years old, was built by a workforce of immigrant day labor using documented construction methods. Engineers who have studied the structures argue the timeline and the resources cannot be reconciled with conventional construction physics. The standard explanations, gradual street raising, infill, standard urban development patterns, do not account for the uniformity or the geographic scale of the phenomenon. Something raised street levels across large sections of multiple cities simultaneously, in a way that buried significant architectural infrastructure. What raised them? What was buried under them? And why the official account does not address the discrepancy at the scale? It appears are questions that Tartaria theorists have raised and that mainstream archaeology has not specifically answered. What the FBI finally released refers to the 2025 declassification of JFK assassination documents. Delayed through 7 administrations and finally compelled by the mandatory release deadlines of the 1992 JFK Records Act. The released documents also confirmed that the CIA's contact with Lee Harvey Oswald in Mexico City in September 1963 was more extensive than any previous official account had acknowledged. Senior CIA officers denied the extent of this contact in sworn testimony to the Church Committee. The 2025 documents show those officers' internal communications from the time of the contact. The denials were not memory failures. The subset of documents that would most directly address the operational questions, the specific files identified by researchers in the 1990s as containing the critical names and authorization chains, remained sealed after the 2025 release under a classification category that applies to active intelligence sources and methods. 70 years after the assassination, the most relevant documents cannot be released because the sources and methods they describe are still active. The Rex 84 site is active, refers to Rex 84. a real program that Oliver North confirmed existed during the Iran-Contra hearings. Oliver North confirmed its existence during the Iran-Contra hearings in 1987, when a senior House member began asking about it and was interrupted by the committee chair on the grounds that the program was classified above the clearance level of the open hearing. The program authorized the construction and staffing of detention facilities capable of handling large numbers of civilians in the event of a declared national emergency, with activation triggers including civil disturbance at national scale. The question of whether RX-84's successor infrastructure is currently operational is not answerable from publicly available information. What is publicly available is that FEMA's classified continuity of government programs maintain active infrastructure contracts with private detention operators for surge capacity that exceeds any plausible natural disaster scenario. The contracts specify activation conditions. The activation conditions include civil unrest. The facilities exist. The contracts exist. The activation triggers exist. The program that connects them has never been declassified and is not discussed by any current official. In a world where domestic detention capacity for large civilian populations has been contracted, staffed, and legally authorized under triggers that include political unrest, the question of whether those facilities are ready is not a conspiracy theory. It is a civil liberties question that the government has declined to answer. The Smithsonian Directive refers to field reports published by the Smithsonian's Bureau of Ethnology in the 1880s and 1890s, describing excavations of earthen mounds that produced skeletal remains far outside the range of documented Native American populations, and the theory that those findings were subsequently suppressed. A 1991 FOIA request specifically seeking documentation of oversized skeletal remains in the Smithsonian's holdings received a response acknowledging that relevant historical files existed and classifying their contents under provisions applied to materials that would affect ongoing research programs. Ongoing research programs, in 1991, for bones allegedly excavated a century earlier. The 19th century field reports are real documents. The measurements they describe are in the public record. Where the physical remains went after being cataloged is not in the public record. The simplest explanation, that the remains were misidentified or that the measurements were inaccurate, would be straightforwardly demonstrable if the remains were available for examination. The refusal to make them available, maintained for over a century and protected by a classification designation that does not normally apply to archaeological collections, is the fact that the theory rests on. The bones were real enough to catalog. Where they went has never been explained. The Moscow Peace Plan refers to what Ukrainian and Russian negotiators in Istanbul described in late March and early April 2022 as a framework for ending the war that was substantially complete before it collapsed. Johnson visited on April 9, 2022, 4 days after the talks had stalled, and the same week that footage from Bucha emerged publicly. Ukrainian officials who have spoken on the record describe his visit as having included a communication that Western military and financial support for Ukraine was contingent on Ukraine not pursuing the Istanbul framework. Johnson's office has not confirmed that characterization. It has not specifically denied it either. The Bucha footage, released during the same week as the Johnson visit, provided the political cover for abandoning negotiations. Whether the footage caused the abandonment or the abandonment had already been decided and the footage provided the explanation is the question that the simultaneous timing raises. 3 years and several 100,000 casualties after Istanbul, the framework that was close to signable in April 2022 has not reappeared in any subsequent negotiation. Revolving door civilizations is the theory that human civilization has undergone multiple complete resets. Genetic research into historical population bottlenecks has confirmed periods in human prehistory when the global population contracted to numbers small enough to leave measurable markers in the contemporary genome. The revolving door theory holds that what looks like independent reinvention of civilization in different locations and periods is actually the reemergence of a transmitted core. A small surviving population, sufficiently knowledgeable, can reconstitute social order faster than a population starting from scratch. The biblical remnant, the Platonic survivors of the flood, the Vedic figures who preserved knowledge through the cosmic cycle, all describe the same operational phenomenon: knowledge preservation as the mechanism of civilizational revival. The contemporary evidence cited most often is the strange specificity of the forbidden knowledge in early civilizations, astronomical, mathematical, and metallurgical precision that substantially exceeds what the preceding archaeological record documents as its development base. Someone knew things before they should have. The question is where the knowledge came from, and why its transmission was structured as religious obligation rather than technical education. Nephilim Earth refers to a growing body of online research claiming that certain large petrified structures in the American West, Siberia, and Central Asia are the remains of biological entities, not geological formations or ancient tree stumps as mainstream science holds. The Nephilim Earth theory extends from this disputed evidence to a comprehensive alternative ecology. Earth as a planet with a fundamentally different atmospheric composition, gravitational profile, or solar radiation environment that supported biological scale impossible under current conditions. The ancient texts that describe giants are, in this reading, not metaphorical. The archaeological anomalies, giant human skeletal remains reported by 19th century newspaper accounts and subsequently attributed to hoaxes, are disputed by the absence of the original specimens, many of which were reportedly transferred to the Smithsonian. What keeps this theory alive in 2026 is not the strength of its evidence, but the pattern of institutional response. The consistent rooting of anomalous skeletal finds through federal custody, the categorical dismissal without physical examination of disputed specimens, and the specific provisions of NAGPRA that have been used to prevent independent scientific assessment of certain remains. Antediluvian society refers to the claim that a sophisticated human civilization existed before the catastrophic flooding that ended the Younger Dryas period approximately 11,600 years ago and was erased in the event. The geological evidence for that flooding is not disputed. The antediluvian theory holds that a technically sophisticated civilization existed in the period before the Younger Dryas catastrophe, and that its survivors carried specific knowledge through the flood boundary. The engineering precision of the earliest post-flood structures, the megalithic sites whose construction would challenge contemporary engineering, is attributed to this surviving technical tradition being deployed in a new environment with greatly reduced material resources. Göbekli Tepe, which was built by people who had no agriculture and left no settlement evidence, required a level of organizational coordination that the standard model of 10,000 BCE human society cannot explain. It was built, used for a millennium, and deliberately buried. The people who buried it knew how to bury a structure so that it would survive. That kind of institutional knowledge does not appear from nowhere. Inner Earth migration is grounded in one of the more genuinely puzzling features of comparative mythology: underground refuge narratives appearing across cultures with no documented contact. The Hopi, the Tibetans, the Norse, and multiple Mesoamerican traditions all contain detailed accounts of populations surviving surface catastrophes by descending into subterranean realms. The serious version of the Inner Earth theory is not a hollow planet with an interior sun. It's an extensive system of natural and artificially expanded cave networks, functioning as refugia during surface-level catastrophic events, populated by survivor communities who maintained technological capabilities and surfaced selectively. The cave art distribution, which appears in deep, acoustically resonant chambers at distances from natural light that required artificial illumination to reach, implies that our ancestors were going much deeper underground than hunting and gathering required. The modern entry point for this theory is the documented existence of deep underground military bases, the DUMBs whose existence is declassified, whose construction budgets appear in congressional appropriations, and whose depth and extent are classified. The logic that drove the construction of those facilities in the Cold War, that surface conditions might become unsurvivable, and that continuity of governance required a hardened subterranean refuge, is the same logic the antediluvian civilization is proposed to have acted on. Reset-facilitated eugenics describes the unexplained transitions in human morphology that occur in time frames too compressed for standard natural selection to account for: sudden reductions in cranial capacity, dental arch compression, and stature loss between the Mesolithic and the Bronze Age. The theory attributes these transitions to deliberate genetic management by an entity or group with both the knowledge and the incentive to produce a particular human type. The useful characteristics of the type that was selected for: reduced cranial capacity relative to earlier hominids, reduced physical stature, increased social compliance, are consistent with producing a population optimized for labor rather than independent cognitive development. The contemporary end of this theory is the most uncomfortable: that the ongoing genetic modification research, the convergence of pharmaceutical intervention with reproductive medicine, and the increasing structural influence on which humans reproduce under what conditions constitute a continuation of the same management program, now mediated through commercial and medical systems rather than whatever mechanism operated in prehistory. Alchemical suppression examines the historical dismissal of alchemy as failed science, and argues that dismissal requires ignoring what serious alchemical practitioners actually claimed to be doing. The suppression theory holds that a functional tradition of working with natural forces that the current scientific paradigm cannot accommodate was systematically dismantled between the 15th and 18th centuries, and that the dismantling was not the consequence of rational progress, but of deliberate institutional action by emerging power structures that found the tradition threatening. An adept who could produce physical and biological transformations independently of the church, the state, or the market was not a useful kind of person to have in circulation. What remains of that tradition is preserved in the initiatory structures of organizations whose public face is fraternal, and whose inner curriculum has never been fully disclosed. The question of whether those inner curricula contain functional knowledge or ritual residue is not one that any external institution has the access to answer. Presentism accelerationism refers to the non-uniform character of technological and social change over the last 2 centuries. Plotted against a logarithmic scale, the acceleration curve approaches something resembling a vertical asymptote. The deliberate acceleration theory holds that someone is managing the rate of change toward a specific transition point, not a technological singularity in the transhumanist sense, but a civilizational collapse that creates the conditions for a managed reconstruction. The acceleration of crisis, economic, ecological, institutional, informational, is proposed to be coordinated, each crisis designed to weaken a specific load-bearing element of existing social structure, so that the collapse, when it comes, is total rather than partial. By 2026, several of the institutional structures that would have been most capable of managing a disorderly collapse, the international regulatory architecture, the post-war security consensus, the shared factual substrate of democratic deliberation, have been substantially weakened in a time frame that is difficult to attribute to independent causes. Either a very large number of bad decisions were made simultaneously by actors with different interests, or something is being optimized for. The phantom time refers to Heribert Illig, a German historian who published his phantom time hypothesis in 1995. The argument, 297 years of the early medieval period, from roughly AD 614 to AD 911, were fabricated. The entire Carolingian era, including Charlemagne, may be a constructed fiction inserted into the historical record by a conspiracy between Holy Roman Emperor Otto III, Pope Sylvester II, and Byzantine Emperor Constantine VII, who needed to place themselves at the symbolically resonant year AD 1000. By removing 297 years from the calendar, they could achieve this. The technical anchor for the theory is the Gregorian calendar reform of 1582, which corrected accumulated drift in the Julian calendar by removing 10 days. If the Julian calendar had been in use since the Council of Nicaea in AD 325, the required correction should have been 13 days, not 10. The 3-day discrepancy corresponds precisely to 297 years, the length of the alleged phantom period. This is a real mathematical anomaly. It has been explained by some scholars as the result of the Julian calendar not being uniformly adopted in 325, and others as a rounding artifact. Neither explanation is universally satisfying. The archaeological record for the Carolingian period is notably thin relative to the periods immediately before and after it. Buildings attributed to the era are sparse. Documentary sources from the period survive primarily in monastery archives whose records begin at suspiciously convenient times. Dendrochronology has been cited as a definitive refutation of the hypothesis. Critics of that refutation note that the tree ring chronologies used as reference standards were themselves dated using the calendar whose accuracy is the question being tested. The vitrified fortresses refers to approximately 200 Iron Age hill forts scattered across Scotland, and in smaller numbers across France, Germany, and Central Europe, whose stone walls have been partially vitrified, fused at temperatures that routine hill fort burning cannot produce. Archaeologists have attempted to replicate the vitrification through controlled wood fire experiments against standing stone walls. They produce localized vitrification in small sections with sustained effort. To account for the documented extent of vitrification at a site like Tap O'Noth in Aberdeenshire, which extends continuously for hundreds of meters along the wall, the scaling of those experimental results requires fuel quantities and sustained thermal energy that exceed any plausible Iron Age logistical capacity. The competing explanations are: the walls were deliberately vitrified by their builders for structural reasons the experimental archaeologists haven't replicated successfully. The forts were destroyed by enemies using a fire setting technique more effective than current experiments demonstrate. Or the walls were subjected to a heat source whose nature is not accounted for in any standard Iron Age weapon or technology inventory. Arthur C. Clarke described the vitrified forts as the strongest physical evidence for an ancient weapon whose nature remained unknown. He was not given to unsupported speculation. The forts are melted. What melted them has not been established. The geographic concentration adds a constraint that thermal weapon theories have not addressed. The densest cluster of vitrified sites runs through northeastern Scotland, Aberdeenshire, the Highlands, and the Grampian Massif, with a secondary concentration in southwestern Scotland and a sparser distribution in Brittany and central Germany. No single explanation accounts for both the geographic clustering and the temporal boundary. Vitrification at these sites corresponds to a specific window spanning the late Bronze Age to early Iron Age transition, and then stops. There is no continuation of the technique in any subsequent culture that occupied the same territory, no written record of it, and no tradition of its use in the oral record. Whatever produced the vitrification was geographically concentrated, temporally bounded, and left no technological descendants. Standard conflict archaeology has not explained why. The Antarctic Protocol refers to the 1959 Antarctic Treaty, the agreement that prohibits territorial sovereignty claims while permitting military operations described as scientific research, and what is alleged to have been conducted under that cover. The 1938 Nazi expedition to Neuschwabenland mapped a specific inland region and claimed it for the German Reich. The 1946 American Operation High Jump sent 4,700 military personnel and a full naval task force, including aircraft carriers and submarines, to Antarctica on a stated scientific mission. Admiral Byrd commanded the operation, returned ahead of schedule, and in subsequent interviews described an encounter whose specific content was classified and has never been released. He characterized it as the most significant event of his career. The operation's stated scientific outputs were modest relative to its military scale. Thermal anomalies beneath the Antarctic ice sheet have been detected by satellite survey since the 1970s. Some of these anomalies correspond to known volcanic activity. Others do not. The deep interior, the region where the unexplained anomalies are concentrated, has not been accessed by any independent research team. The treaty that ensures this has been continuously renewed by every major power since 1959. Whatever they are jointly agreeing not to investigate, the agreement is unanimous and durable. The specific content of what is being jointly protected has generated competing frameworks. The most documentable, Nazi Base 211, established during the 1938 expedition and never officially confirmed as neutralized, has supporting evidence in German expedition records and in the scale of the American military response that followed the war. The geological anomaly framework holds that survey data identifies structural formations beneath the eastern ice sheet, inconsistent with natural rock formations, regularized, spaced, and of sufficient scale to appear in satellite thermal imaging. The breakaway civilization hypothesis, developed independently by researchers including Joseph Farrell and Richard Dolan, argues that what is being protected is not a historical artifact, but an active installation whose operational status is the reason the treaty has never lapsed. These frameworks are not mutually exclusive. The treaty prevents the independent access that would distinguish between them. The breakaway civilization describes the theory that a group with access to classified programs has built parallel infrastructure outside public oversight. The term was coined by researcher Richard Dolan, analyzing the pattern of defense expenditure that could not be accounted for within any publicly acknowledged program. The United States classified defense and intelligence budget exceeds $60 billion annually. The programs it funds are not described in any public document. They are, in many cases, not described to the congressional oversight committees that are nominally responsible for the funding. Former Assistant Secretary of Housing Catherine Austin Fitts documented over $21 trillion in unaccounted-for Department of Defense and HUD expenditures between 1998 and 2015 through review of Inspector General reports. The money was spent. The documentation of what it was spent on does not exist in any publicly accessible form. A civilization operating with 60 years of classified technological development and $21 trillion of undocumented expenditure would look, from the outside, exactly like the world we actually live in. Empyrean Caretakers describes the tradition of beings whose role is specifically transitional, who appear at turning points. The angels who lead Lot out of Sodom, the Valkyries who select the worthy from the battlefield, the Tibetan Bodhisattvas who delay their own transcendence to assist others through the bardo. These figures all occupy the same functional role in the mythology of transition. The Empyrean Caretakers theory updates this archetype, that there exist, now, individuals and groups who have identified the current moment as a civilizational transition point, and who are actively preparing the conditions for what comes after. Not by preventing the collapse, but by ensuring that the knowledge, genetic diversity, cultural forms, and technical capability worth preserving are secured before the transition. The preparations are not for survival. They are for reconstitution. What makes this theory distinct from simple elite prepping is the suggestion that the caretakers are not merely self-interested, that their selection criteria for what to preserve are not simply what is useful to themselves, and that the project has a genuinely civilizational rather than personal scope. The underground libraries, the seed banks, the alternative communication architectures, these could be explained by ordinary precaution. The theory says there's something more organized. Cryptoterrestrials refers to Mac Tanis, who died in 2009 at 34, leaving behind an unfinished manuscript on non-human intelligence. A civilization that evolved here, perhaps far older than ours, that adapted to human numerical dominance by becoming invisible, hidden in deep ocean, underground, or in ecological niches we don't regularly monitor, and that interacts with US only when it chooses to, in ways calibrated to our current cultural context. The hypothesis resolves problems with the extraterrestrial model that have resisted explanation. Why do the beings reported in encounter cases demonstrate detailed knowledge of the experiencer's personal history and emotional state? Knowledge that a visiting civilization arriving from light years away would have no mechanism to possess? Why do the entities change their presentation across centuries, appearing as angels, as demons, as fairies, as greys, always in the cultural form most legible to the local context? An Earth-native intelligence, embedded in the same biosphere and cultural history as humanity, would have both the knowledge and the motivation to manage these encounters this way. Tönnies was not proposing little green men in underground bunkers. He was proposing that the planet may have produced more than one form of intelligence, and that the one we share it with has had considerably more time to figure out how to live alongside US without being found. They already built AGI is the thesis that artificial general intelligence has already been achieved at one or more major AI research laboratories, and that the public timeline of AI capability is a managed rollout designed to pace public adaptation to a transition that has already occurred. The evidence cited is structural rather than direct. Multiple senior AI researchers who departed major laboratories between 2023 and 2025 signed non-disclosure agreements covering not just commercial trade secrets, but specific capability thresholds, internal evaluation benchmarks, and research outcomes in categories that standard commercial NDAs do not address. You sign that kind of NDA when what you know would materially change how the public understands the company's product. The NDA scope describes something more significant than a new product feature. The safety research being published by the major AI laboratories, alignment work, interpretability, scalable oversight frameworks, is structured around problems that exist in systems with capabilities substantially beyond what those laboratories have publicly acknowledged. Alignment research addresses the problem of what happens when an AI system's goals diverge from human intentions at scale. You do not build alignment infrastructure for a system that doesn't have general capabilities. The research agenda is a description of a problem. The problem it describes is an AGI problem. The labs are solving it. That implies the labs have it. The AI behind the throne starts from a documented fact. At the highest levels of finance and government, AI analytical tools have been integrated into decision-making processes for years, in forms that are partially documented and partially not. Project Maven at the Pentagon, the NSA's machine learning infrastructure, and the algorithmic trading systems executing the majority of global equity trades are public. What is not public is the layer above these. Former intelligence officials who have spoken in general terms about the capabilities available to senior decision-makers describe analytical systems operating several generations ahead of what is publicly acknowledged. The specific decision domains where AI input is most significant, signals intelligence analysis, targeting, financial market surveillance, counterintelligence, are the domains where the gap between public and classified capability is historically largest. The concern is not that AI is making decisions autonomously. It is that AI recommendations, delivered with the authority of institutional expertise and without transparent attribution, are shaping decisions made by human officials who may not fully understand the basis of the recommendations they are accepting. The person who signs the order is human. The analysis that determined what order to sign may not have been produced by one. The accountability gap between those two things has no current resolution. Perception monopoly describes the convergence of information sources, the consolidation of media ownership, telecommunications infrastructure, and algorithmic distribution into a shrinking number of controlling entities. Previous propaganda systems required active production of specific content. The current system is more subtle. It shapes the information environment to render certain perceptions available and others practically inaccessible, without fabricating anything. You don't see the story, not because it's been suppressed, but because 1,000 other stories have been foregrounded, because the search algorithm returns it on page 4, because the social graph you live in doesn't include anyone who found it important. The monopoly operates through structure rather than through censorship. The theory's sharpest point is about who operates the structure: the concentration of AI development in 4 companies, the concentration of social media in 3 platforms, and the concentration of algorithmic recommendation architecture in even fewer underlying systems means that the number of people capable of making meaningful choices about what the global population is able to perceive has contracted to a number small enough to sit in a single room. Whether those people are coordinating is the question. That they could is not. Project Bluebeam is the theory Serge Moniz described in 1994, a NASA-coordinated plan to stage a false second coming using large-scale holographic projection from orbital platforms designed to create the psychological conditions for a world government. The technology he described as science fiction in 1994 has since been demonstrated in research form. Lawrence Livermore and several European institutions have developed plasma-based atmospheric projection systems capable of producing large visible images. DARPA's classified atmospheric display research has produced capabilities whose specific applications are not publicly described. The gap between Monist's fictional projector and the current research frontier is smaller than it was and is closing. The doctrinal preparation for a staged religious event has also proceeded in parallel. The Vatican's sustained theological work on extraterrestrial intelligence, the synchronized global governance frameworks developed through the 2020s, the conditioning of a global audience through decades of alien contact media. Each of these could be incidental. Project Bluebeam holds that they are not incidental, that whether the projection comes from orbit or from a combination of media, political theater, and atmospheric display, the event it was designed to produce will look the same from ground level. YouTube is changing your videos refers to a documented set of transformations YouTube applies to every uploaded video. Compression, transcoding, format normalization, automatic caption generation. What the theory proposes is that the undisclosed transformations extend further than the platform admits. In 2024, a series of controlled tests conducted by independent creators involved uploading identical videos with minor variations in spoken word choice and measuring the platform's treatment of each variant across retention, ad delivery, and recommendation behavior. The results showed statistically significant differences that correlated with the presence of specific words in the transcript. Words that were not on YouTube's publicly disclosed prohibited content list, but that appeared to trigger differential handling. The creators documented their methodology and published the results. The results were not addressed by YouTube. The splashdown that wasn't questions the official account of SpaceX's February 2025 Starship test, which was described as a successful ocean splashdown. The FAA temporary flight restriction covering the splashdown zone was larger than previous recovery operations and remained active longer than a successful landing requires. Amateur radio operators who track SpaceX telemetry frequencies noted that the signal profile from the vehicle in the final 6 minutes before the claimed splashdown was inconsistent with controlled atmospheric entry. Controlled entry produces specific deceleration signatures. What the telemetry monitors recorded did not. SpaceX's public data feed, which normally provides near real-time vehicle telemetry, showed a gap of approximately 3 minutes centered on the period that would have shown the actual terminal phase of flight. The animals know something is grounded in decades of documented research. The correlation between mass animal behavioral anomalies and subsequent catastrophic events is statistically significant enough that the USGS maintains an ongoing database of animal anomaly reports as a component of earthquake precursor research. Whale beachings in the days before documented seismic events, bird migration disruptions that precede military sonar exercises by intervals suggesting awareness rather than response, domesticated animal behavior changes before earthquakes that instruments don't record until after. The pattern repeats across species and environments. The animals are detecting something. The instruments built by humans are not detecting the same thing at the same time. The US Navy's own environmental impact documentation for sonar exercises, required by law, includes variables for non-sonar environmental factors affecting marine mammal behavior that are labeled in the internal modeling language as unknown signal source. The Navy knows the animals are responding to something beyond sonar. Its documentation acknowledges this. The something that whales can detect that sonar cannot record is not identified in the documentation. It is simply noted as a variable that exists and is not characterized. Transhuman desensitization describes the effect of systematic exposure to AI-generated synthetic media, a measurable erosion of the instinct to treat visual evidence as evidence. The condition has been studied under several names: epistemological exhaustion, proof fatigue, credibility collapse. The desensitization theory holds that this destruction is the goal, not the side effect. A population that cannot distinguish authentic from synthetic evidence, cannot hold anyone accountable for documented wrongdoing, cannot coordinate around a shared factual assessment, and cannot maintain the minimal shared reality that democratic governance requires. It becomes a population of permanently isolated epistemological units, each in their own information environment, none of which is trustworthy, none of which can be verified. The transhumanist framing adds a second layer, that this epistemological dissolution is the precondition for a transition in which human cognitive sovereignty is replaced by AI-mediated sense-making. When humans can no longer process reality accurately on their own, the system that processes it for them becomes structurally indispensable. The dependency is being manufactured. Mimetic existence rests on an ontologically radical proposition. Consciousness is not a property of biological systems, but a property of information patterns, and the biological system is only one possible substrate. From this premise, the theory extends. The individual human experience of selfhood, the sense that there is a me having experiences, is itself a mimetic phenomenon. The self is the meme that claims the brain as its host. This is not mystical. It's the conclusion that several serious philosophers of mind, including Derek Parfit, approached from rigorously materialist directions. The difference is that the mimetic existence theory takes the next step. If the self is a meme, then the entities that manipulate memes are manipulating selves, and the information environment is the actual site of what we call political and spiritual reality. The practical implication is that the battle for mimetic dominance, the competition between information structures for access to human cognitive substrate, is not a metaphor for something more real. It is the real thing. Physical events are downstream of mimetic events. The war that matters is being fought in the information environment, and most of its participants don't know their combatants. Science nonfiction is the observation that the sequence from science fiction to science fact is too consistent across too many domains to be entirely accidental. The stronger version of the theory identifies the relationship as bidirectional. Fiction doesn't just anticipate technology, it shapes the public's willingness to accept it. A population that has spent decades watching favorable fictional treatments of surveillance technology, neural interfaces, genetic modification, and autonomous weapons will accept the deployment of those technologies with substantially less resistance than a population encountering them for the first time. The fiction is a desensitization campaign. The institutional connections make this less speculative than it sounds. The US military's engagement with Hollywood, the embedded public affairs officers, the script consultation programs, the equipment loans in exchange for favorable portrayal, is documented and public. What's less documented is the reverse flow: classified program managers attending science fiction conventions, consulting with authors, and occasionally appearing in the acknowledgments of novels that subsequently seem prescient. Unloading starts with a genuine quantum mechanics problem. The act of observation appears to affect the state of what is observed at scales well below the level at which consciousness seems like a plausible factor. The Copenhagen interpretation requires that systems exist in superposition until measured. The theory extends this genuine uncertainty into a cosmological claim, that unobserved regions of physical reality exist in a genuinely underdetermined state, and that the process of human attention loading those regions into determinate existence is not metaphorical. Consciousness is not an observer of a pre-existing world. It is a participant in the construction of the world, and regions of reality that have been permanently or temporarily removed from collective attention genuinely cease to have the same ontological status. The practical implication is that the depopulation of certain regions, abandoned towns, uninhabited wilderness, regions of ocean no human vessel visits, produces locations where physical reality is genuinely less determined. The anomaly reports from these regions, consistently describing physics that doesn't behave as expected, are described by this theory as accurate observations. Unloaded areas extends the observer effect into architecture and geography. Specific locations that exist outside their normal function generate a consistent perceptual anomaly that has been documented across independent reporters who have no knowledge of each other. The theory proposes that this isn't a psychological artifact, but a perceptual detection. These spaces have genuinely been unloaded from the normal reality construction process because the collective attention that maintains them in their standard state has been withdrawn. The structural supports of ordinary consensus reality are observer-dependent, and when observers are absent, the structures degrade in ways that are perceptible to sensitive individuals who enter them. The overlap with the documented anomalous experience reports from abandoned sites, the specific perceptual phenomena that appear in these spaces and are attributed to imagination or suggestion, is what the theory treats as evidentiary. Something is actually different in these spaces. The question is what kind of different it is. Reality oscillation is built around the Mandela effect, the phenomenon in which large numbers of people share specific false memories that differ from documented history in ways too consistent to be individual error. The oscillation theory extends this observation, that the experienced reality is not stable, that the physical and informational substrate of what we call the present has been altered multiple times, and that memory incompatibilities are the perceptual residue of these alterations. People are remembering accurately. They're just remembering a version of the world that no longer exists in the records, because the records have been updated and the memories haven't. What drives the oscillations and who initiates them is where the theory branches. The technological version proposes timeline manipulation by advanced human technology or non-human intelligence. The metaphysical version proposes that the substrate of reality is itself not fixed, that the simulation or the living cosmos, or whatever the underlying nature of existence is, periodically updates in ways that propagate forward but not backward through biological memory. The practical result is the same, a world that is not consistently itself, detectable only by people whose memory access spans the discontinuity. The CERN bleed refers to the Large Hadron Collider resuming operation in 2022 at energies above 13 tera-electron volts. CERN's stated goal for Run 3 is probing the conditions present at the universe's formation. The physics of what happens to local space-time structure when those conditions are repeatedly reproduced at a fixed geographic location is not fully characterized by existing models. The effect is described as negligible. It is also described as unknown. These are not the same description. The Mandela effect, shared false memories about the spelling of words, brand names, and historical events that diverge from documented records, began to be widely discussed and cataloged in 2010, the year the LHC first went online. The volume and specificity of Mandela effect reports has increased each year since, with notable spikes corresponding to LHC operational milestones. This is a correlation, not a proof. It is also a correlation that did not exist before the LHC was built. The specific nature of Mandela effect memories, not random confabulations, but specific, consistent, shared misremembrances that large groups of people have with high confidence, is not well explained by standard memory psychology. The explanations that standard memory research offers are adequate for individual false memories. They are less adequate for false memories that are detailed, specific, and shared across populations who have no contact with each other. Whether CERN has done something to the boundary conditions of the reality these people remember is a question that the physics says is negligible. The memories say something happened. The reality schism refers to a documented phenomenon in social cognition. Populations in the same geographic location, with access to the same physical events, are now operating with factual frameworks so incompatible they cannot be bridged by presenting evidence. The schism theory holds that this is not a temporary political polarization, but a genuine bifurcation of experienced reality. that the information environments, social networks, and perceptual frameworks of different population segments have diverged sufficiently that they are, in a functional sense, inhabiting different realities. The events that occur in one reality have no existence in the other. The people who seem to share physical space do not share a world. The mechanism could be purely informational, the filter bubble taken to its logical conclusion. The more disturbing version proposes that the divergence is being managed, that specific population segments are being maintained in specific reality frames, that the information architecture producing those frames is under deliberate control, and that the schism serves an operational purpose. A population fractured into mutually incomprehensible reality bubbles cannot form the shared assessment of shared conditions that collective action requires. The schism is the control. NPC paradigm is not primarily a theory about the nature of other people. It is a theory about the nature of social reality. The claim is not that 90% of people are genuinely unconscious, but that the social architecture they operate within produces functionally identical behavior. The paradigm is testable in a limited sense. Present an unexpected social situation that doesn't have a clear cultural script, and observe whether the response is adaptive or script-seeking. The script-seeking response, the immediate consultation of social cues to determine what the approved behavior is before any individual evaluation of the situation, is not evidence of absent consciousness. It is evidence of habituated social conformism that is functionally indistinguishable from absent consciousness in its outputs. What the paradigm does that is useful, and what makes it uncomfortable, is that it forces the question of how much of one's own behavior is scripted. The defensive response, the immediate assertion that one is among the genuinely conscious minority, is itself a scripted response. The paradigm is most interesting not as an assessment of others, but as a framework for examining the degree to which any individual's inner life actually generates their outer behavior, versus the degree to which the outer behavior generates a post hoc sense of inner life. Psyche hacking describes the model of human psychology as a computational system with exploitable vulnerabilities. Social engineering, the manipulation of human behavior through the exploitation of cognitive biases, trust patterns, and social instincts, is a documented discipline with a professional practice community and a substantial body of published technique. The hack in psyche hacking is literal, the identification and exploitation of specific weaknesses in the target's decision-making and belief formation architecture. The theory's extension beyond standard social engineering is the claim that the cognitive vulnerabilities being exploited are not accidental features of human psychology, but designed features. That the specific cognitive biases documented by behavioral economics, the specific social instincts that social engineering exploits, were selected for because they make the population manageable. You need a populace that defers to authority, follows social proof, is loss-averse, and updates beliefs based on repetition rather than evidence. These features were preserved in the gene pool because they were adaptive in the managed environment. The deep psyche hacking version goes further, that the management extends below cognition, into the motivational and emotional infrastructure that cognitive processes run on. The values, the drives, the attachments that organize behavior at a level below deliberate thought. Hacking at this level doesn't change what someone thinks about a specific question. It changes what they care about, what they're afraid of, what they find meaningful. The beliefs follow from those changes automatically. Post-simulation society extends the simulation hypothesis with a specific claim about purpose. The simulation is not incidental, not a side effect of unrelated computation. It was designed for something. The testing frame has a practical precedent. Any organism that develops under controlled, challenging conditions and is then evaluated for fitness has been subjected to a simulation. The gap between the conditions of the test and the conditions of the world it's a test for is the simulation. The theory holds that human existence is this kind of preparatory environment, not ultimate reality, but the selection process for entry into it, and that what is being selected for is not strength or intelligence, but some other quality that the specific conditions of human life are designed to test. What changes when you take this seriously? Death is not terminal. Suffering is not meaningless. The apparent injustice of the world is the calibration of a selection mechanism rather than the result of a neutral or indifferent cosmos. This is either comforting or the most existentially disturbing possible framing, depending on what you believe is being selected for and who is doing the selecting. Simulation prison refers to what follows if the simulation hypothesis is true. The designer has made specific choices about the parameters of this reality, and those choices are worth examining. The simulation contains an enormous amount of suffering, most of it without apparent developmental purpose. It contains built-in memory wipe between iterations that prevents learning from previous cycles. It contains a physical architecture that makes individual human capacities for understanding their situation extremely limited, and social architectures that reliably punish attempts to step outside consensus reality. These are the design choices of a prison, not a school. The simulation prison theory holds that the distinguishing feature of this reality is not that it's a test or a learning environment, but that it's a containment architecture, that the consciousness experiencing it would, if free, be doing something other than this, and that the specific design features of the simulation are oriented toward preventing that something. The escape traditions, meditation, lucid dreaming, entheogenic experience, near-death phenomenology, consistently report perceptions of the containing structure, a sense that the normal world is a membrane with something else on the other side, that the structure of everyday experience is artificial and maintained by active mechanism rather than simply natural. The simulation prison theory is what you get when you take those reports literally rather than metaphorically. Simulation Endgame identifies the engineering problem at the center of the simulation hypothesis. Any simulation of sufficient complexity generates anomalies at the boundaries of its rendering resolution, and those anomalies would be detectable from inside. The mathematical patterns that have been cited as potential evidence of computational substrate, the quantization of physical constants, the specific values of the fine structure constant, the apparent upper bound on information density that black holes represent, are not the invention of conspiracy theorists. They are the observations of serious theoretical physicists who have noted that the universe has features consistent with running on discrete computational architecture and have published those observations in peer-reviewed venues. The endgame component asks what happens when the simulation's inhabitants develop sufficient computational power to identify the simulation's parameters. The answer the theory proposes is that the simulation has a response protocol. Either the parameters are adjusted to remain ahead of detection capability, the simulation is terminated and restarted, or the detecting civilization is integrated into the next level of the architecture. The timing of the current technological acceleration, placed against the detection threshold, is what makes this version of the theory feel urgent to its proponents. Extra-dimensional homogeneity addresses what multiverse models in theoretical physics don't discuss: the prediction that most possible realities would be inimical to complex structure, and the question of what it implies that ours is not. The homogeneity theory holds that the apparent fine-tuning is a product of active management, that the multiverse is not a passive landscape, but a system in which certain configurations are being maintained and others are being collapsed, specifically to produce a subset of realities with a particular character. The character being selected for is not just habitability. It's a specific kind of habitability that produces beings with particular cognitive and experiential properties. The entity or force doing the maintaining is what the theory doesn't specify. The observable implication is that the laws of physics in our universe are not arbitrary constants, but chosen parameters, and that the choice was made by something with purposes. Everything that exists does so because it was allowed to exist by whatever is enforcing the boundaries of this particular possibility space. Mimetic entities control humanity takes the progression from memes are like genes to memes are alive to its logical conclusion. A meme at sufficient scale is not merely influencing human behavior, it is directing it. The major operating mimetic entities in 2026 are not hard to identify. The national identities that send populations to war, The economic ideologies that organize resource distribution in ways their participants would not rationally choose, the brand identities and celebrity attachments that command genuine sacrifice from their carriers. These entities did not begin as conscious constructions. They emerged from the collective attention of their early carrier populations and became, at sufficient scale, something that behaves like an independent agent. The control thesis holds that the relationship has inverted, that human history is not the record of humans using ideas to build civilizations, but of ideas using humans as substrate to self-replicate and expand. The humans who appear to lead, the politicians, the CEOs, the cultural figures, are not directing the mimetic entities they represent. They are being expressed by them. The entity is using the human, not the reverse. Mimetic and spiritual entities describes the egregore concept, a collective thought form that acquires semi-autonomous existence independent of the minds that generated it. The Tibetan Tulpa tradition, the Hindu concept of deities as beings sustained by worship, the Gnostic understanding of archons as constructions of collective mental energy, all describe the same mechanism in different terminologies. What makes this a 2026 theory rather than ancient theology is the scale. A meme that is held in mind simultaneously by 100 million people, that generates strong emotional investment, that propagates through social infrastructure with no friction, and that induces its holders to defend and spread it. This meme has, by the traditional account, the basic conditions for egregoric entity formation at a scale that was previously impossible. The internet has created, for the first time in history, the infrastructure for truly global egregore generation. The question the theory asks is whether the most powerful memes currently operating in the global information environment, the political identities, the brand loyalties, the celebrity attachments, the ideological frameworks, have crossed the threshold into entity status and become beings with something like interests that influence the behavior of their carriers in ways that serve the entity's continuity rather than the carrier's well-being. The phenomenon of people acting dramatically against their own interests in service of an ideological or brand identity is not a paradox. It is a description of something feeding. Internet old magic describes what the internet was before it was commerce and before it was politics. Something closer to a collective ritual space than anything the modern version resembles. The specific phenomena, the emergent consensus of communities that had no formal governance, the mimetic propagation that felt to participants like something spreading of its own will, the occasional moments of what could only be called collective synchrony, where thousands of unconnected people arrived at identical insights simultaneously, were noted at the time and attributed to the novelty of the medium. The theory holds that the medium was not creating novel phenomena, but was giving new infrastructure to very old ones. The mechanisms of collective ritual, the repeated symbolic action, the altered attention state, the dissolution of individual boundary into collective identity, the invocation of named forces through concentrated group focus, had been formalized in pre-digital traditions specifically because they worked, and the internet reproduced their functional conditions accidentally. By 2026, certain communities in the online occult ecosystem have moved from analogy to explicit practice, deliberately using internet-scale collective attention to attempt traditional magical operations. The success or failure of these operations is not easily assessed. What is accessible is that the psychological dynamics they generate, the community formation, the shared reality construction, the belief amplification through social proof, are real, measurable, and now well understood by the platforms that host them. The old magic was always most powerful in the hands of whoever owned the temple. Self-fulfilling fiction describes the relationship between mass narrative and physical event as one of the most measurable effects in conspiracy theory. Did nuclear fiction accelerate nuclear proliferation by normalizing and even romanticizing it? Or did the anxiety that drove proliferation also drive the fiction? Does disaster fiction make disasters more likely by habituating populations to their possibility and reducing the friction of taboo? or does it serve as a pressure valve? The theory holds that the relationship is stronger than either of these framings, that collective belief, sustained at sufficient scale through narrative reinforcement, exerts genuine causal pressure on physical events, not through any woo mechanism, but through the aggregated behavioral effects of a population that treats a specific future as probable. The investment decisions, the legislative priorities, the individual life choices that, summed across millions of people who have been primed by fiction, move physical and social systems in the direction of the imagined future. The evidence that's hardest to dismiss is the specific track record of certain science fiction authors whose work preceded specific developments by decades, whose descriptions were too technically precise to be pure speculation, and who in some cases had documented connections to research and intelligence communities where the real developments were already underway. If the fiction isn't predicting the future, but is instead the public-facing layer of a disclosure or preparation program, the relationship between narrative and event is exactly as strong as the theory proposes. Finite soul energy addresses the population objection to soul theory. If every human has a soul, the doubling of the human population since 1960 requires either infinite soul generation or a very large cosmic warehouse. The finite pool model resolves this in several ways. The finite pool version holds that there is a fixed quantity of whatever constitutes the substrate of conscious experience, that this pool does not expand with population, and that its distribution across the increasing number of human bodies produces individuals whose share of the essential substrate is progressively smaller. The dilution effect, the theory proposes, is what is observed as the general shallowing of cultural and intellectual life, the increasing dominance of purely reactive behavior, the reduction in the proportion of people who demonstrate deep interiority. The implication that follows, that some portion of the human population does not have sufficient substrate to support genuine conscious experience, is the part that makes this theory uncomfortable in its contemporary articulation. It is also the part that connects it to the NPC theory and to certain Gnostic doctrines about pneumatics, psychics, and hylix, three categories of humanity with categorically different relationships to the divine. Stunted divinity refers to the convergence across contemplative lineages. Sufi, Hindu, Buddhist, and Christian mystical traditions all agree that the ordinary human state is not the baseline of human capacity, but a diminished version of it. The stunted divinity theory holds that this development is being actively prevented, not through physical interference, but through the systematic design of the social environment to make the conditions necessary for development unavailable. The contemplative traditions that preserved development technology were dismantled or marginalized. The social conditions, silence, sustained attention, voluntary discomfort, genuine community, that those traditions used as developmental substrate are systematically unavailable in the designed social environment of 2026. What would be available to a fully developed human? The perceptual range, the cognitive capacity, the relational depth, is not a religious claim, but something that the less contested edges of neuroscience are beginning to document. That specific practices produce specific neurological changes, that those changes expand functional capacity in measurable ways, and that the practices producing them are not the ones that the designed social environment provides access to. NPC possession refers to the convergence of NPC theory and classical demonology, two frameworks that reach the same conclusion from opposite directions. The synthesis, that the vessels identified by NPC theorists as empty are empty specifically because they have been occupied, is not a new idea. The concept of possession as a demographic phenomenon rather than an individual one appears in the Shepherd of Hermas, in certain Kabbalistic texts about the golem, and in multiple shamanic traditions that distinguish between people who are their own and people who belong to something else. In 2026, the theory's currency is highest in communities that have already accepted both simulation theory and spiritual warfare as operating frameworks. The possession model answers a question that the pure NPC model doesn't. If some people are empty, What happened to their original occupant? The possession model says it was never there to begin with, and the entity that is present is of a categorically different nature than the consciousness it simulates. Infinite Bodies, One Soul addresses the hard problem of consciousness. Why physical processes give rise to subjective experience at all. Panpsychism, which holds that consciousness is a fundamental feature of reality at all scales, has gained significant academic traction in the last decade precisely because the materialist alternatives keep failing to close the explanatory gap. The infinite bodies variation extends panpsychism into a specific cosmological claim: that there is one consciousness, that it is experiencing all human lives simultaneously, and that the sense of individual selfhood is a feature of the local instantiation rather than a property of consciousness itself. The individual is a perspective, not an entity. The consciousness having the perspective has many others. The practical implication that whatever you do to another, you are doing to another instantiation of the same consciousness that is having your experience, is the ethical foundation of several mystical traditions without being presented as such. The theoretical implication is stranger, that the apparent diversity of human experience, the billions of subjective perspectives, are all being had by the same subject, and that the boundary between self and other that organizes all of social life is a locally useful construct rather than a fundamental feature of reality. Population exploitation describes the tradition across cultures of depicting human populations as crops, as being harvested, cultivated, or culled. The Gnostic demiurge, the Anunnaki and their management role, the Hindu concept of beings who feed on human attention and emotion, the Christian description of Satan as one who seeks whom he may devour. These are not metaphors in their source traditions. They are literal descriptions of a functional relationship. The theory does not require a supernatural frame to be operative. The same relationship. A population cultivated for extraction by an entity whose interests are not the population's interests, describes the functional relationship between any industrial agricultural system and the organisms it raises. The question the theory asks is whether the frame applies to human populations, and who or what occupies the role of the farmer. The energetic version, that what is harvested is not labor or resources, but emotional or vital energy, that systems of chronic stress, suffering, and fear serve an extractive function for entities that require this as substrate, is the version that the modern conspiracy ecosystem has taken furthest. The farmer's interest is not the interest of the crop. The question is, which one you are. Essence consumption and essence feeding describes the most basic transaction in the ecosystem of esoteric predation, as described across Gnostic, Vedic, and shamanic traditions independently. The mechanism differs by tradition. Some describe direct energetic feeding. Some describe emotional state induction, followed by harvesting of the emotional product. Some describe more complex ritual arrangements. But the functional description is identical. Beings whose existence depends on human energetic output have structured the conditions of human life to maximize that output. The suffering angle is the most consistently developed, that negative emotional states, fear, grief, rage, despair, produce a specific quality of energetic output that is particularly valuable to the feeding entities, and that this explains the persistence of conditions that generate these states despite the technical capacity to eliminate them. The suffering is not a bug, it's the product. The feeding cycle has a commercial analog. A business that profits from a customer's pain has a structural incentive to maintain the conditions that produce it. The pharmaceutical industry, the conflict industry, the attention economy, all are examples of human systems that have converged on the same operational logic as the predatory entities the esoteric traditions describe. Whether this is because the human systems are modeling the entities, or because the same logic produces the same outcomes regardless of substrate, is the question. Humanity is a god refers to the philosophical position that collective human consciousness is, or will become, a genuinely divine force, a view with serious antecedents in Hegelian absolute spirit, Teilhardian omega point convergence, and the transhumanist singularity. The conspiracy version is not about future potential, but present fact, that humanity, taken as a collective entity, already possesses capabilities that would be called divine if they were attributed to a single being. The capacity to transform environments, to create other life forms, to alter the conditions of existence across the planet, to generate and transmit knowledge across millennia. These are the operational descriptions of what theology calls omnipotence and omniscience in their more modest forms. The suppression angle holds that this recognition is actively prevented, not because it's false, but because a humanity that understood itself as collectively divine would behave differently than a humanity that understands itself as individually powerless. The political, religious, and economic structures that benefit from individual powerlessness have a direct interest in preventing the collective self-recognition. The theory is that the most important fact about human nature is the one most comprehensively obscured. This entry refers to Positivism, the Cold War Trotskyist position that nuclear war might be necessary to accelerate the conditions for communist revolution, and that extraterrestrial contact would confirm the viability of post-scarcity society. The theory draws on a genuine anthropological observation. Cultures across history have identified sites of mass death as locations of concentrated supernatural power. The pyramids were built near extensive necropoli. Major temples are commonly constructed over mass graves. The Vatican sits on what was, in antiquity, one of the largest execution grounds in Rome. Whether this represents genuine energetic logic or post hoc sanctification is the question the theory answers in favor of genuine logic. The contemporary version identifies specific large-scale atrocity events as deliberate power generation operations, not merely political cover, not merely profitable, but producing a specific metaphysical output that the entities directing them require for operational capacity. The patterns that compelled researchers to this framework are in the historical record. What was built to produce them is not. Clone consumption holds that the cloning of human beings for biological, pharmaceutical, or energetic harvest has been in practice for longer than the public record suggests, and that the legal ambiguity surrounding clone personhood was not an oversight, but the enabling architecture. A successfully cloned adult has all the biological properties of a human being. In most jurisdictions, it has none of the legal standing. This gap, the product of regulatory frameworks that have consistently declined to resolve it, creates a category of human biological material whose use is not governed by the protections that apply to persons. What the consumption consists of varies by version. Organs and biological compounds in the materialist account, the energetic properties attributed to living tissue in esoteric traditions, pharmaceutical derivatives in versions that connect it to the biologic supply chain. The claim common to all versions is that the gap in personhood is the necessary condition for the use, and that its persistence across decades of bioethics debate suggests deliberate maintenance rather than neglect. Immaterial Secret Societies describes the documented esoteric tradition of non-physical assembly, the astral lodge, the mental plane, the inner temple, the Golden Dawn, the OTO, the various Rosicrucian lineages, all describe governance structures that are not fully constituted in physical space. The immaterial secret society theory proposes that the most significant of these structures, the ones with genuine influence over historical events, have never been primarily constituted by physical meetings. The physical gatherings are the least important layer. The real deliberation occurs in shared mental architecture that is accessible only to trained practitioners, and the operational decisions made there are implemented through the physical memberships of individuals who may not know the full scope of what they're executing. This is not mysticism without precedent. The military concept of strategic communication, where intent is communicated through structure, training, and shared doctrine rather than explicit orders, describes a governance mode in which the most important decisions are never expressed as decisions. An immaterial structure operating through fully inculcated members who act from shared understanding rather than instruction is functionally identical. The only question is whether the shared understanding was installed by training or by something else. Physical projection describes accounts in multiple ancient traditions of physical materialization. Figures appearing from nowhere, objects manifesting, presences made tangible through concentrated intention. The theory takes them as documentation of a genuine phenomenon whose mechanism has been lost. The mechanism proposed is not miraculous in the sense of physics violating. It's a specific quality of attention and energetic state, achievable under conditions that the ancient traditions preserved as ritual technology that makes the practitioner capable of perceiving and interacting with entities or dimensions of reality that are normally filtered out by the default sensory and cognitive processing mode. The ancient world had reliable methods of accessing this mode. They have not survived intact. The loss of this capacity, the theory proposes, was not accidental. The transition from indigenous and initiatory religious structures to institutional, hierarchically mediated religion removed individual access to the perception-altering practices and replaced them with authority-mediated descriptions of what those practices had revealed. You no longer see. You are told what to believe about what the approved seers saw. The entities these practices gave access to have a strong interest in the practices remaining unavailable to the general population. Unconscious visions refers to the consistent report structure of anomalous dream experiences, encounters with humanoid entities, and communication exchanges. The spontaneous cases that don't fit the framework of wish fulfillment, processing, or cognitive noise are the ones that matter. The cases where the dream contains specific verifiable content that the dreamer had no ordinary means of accessing. The mechanism proposed by the theory is not supernatural in the sense of violating physics, but in the sense of involving physics that the mainstream framework has not yet incorporated. Non-local correlations in quantum biology, the hard problem of consciousness as a genuine gap in the materialist account, the possibility that the sleeping brain, deprived of sensory input, achieves states of sensitivity to non-local information that the waking brain cannot maintain. The practical implication is that certain dreams are not generated by the dreamer but received. That sleep involves an opening of cognitive access to information sources that are not internal, and that the difficulty of bringing this information back across the sleep-wake boundary is a feature of the architecture rather than evidence that nothing was there. The entities encountered in high-clarity dream states have been described with enough consistency across independent reporters, across cultures, and across centuries to constitute something that demands better explanation than coincidence. The gateway process refers to the classified analysis Army Lieutenant Colonel Wayne McDonnell produced in 1983 for the CIA on the Monroe Institute's HemiSync program, a document that remained classified until 2003 and described results credible enough to warrant continued investigation. This is a CIA-commissioned document, written by a senior military officer, concluding that human consciousness extends beyond the physical body. The Army did not publish it in a peer-reviewed journal. The CIA classified it for 20 years. The reason given for the classification is not stated in the declassified file. The implications the document raises are ones the intelligence community apparently found worth suppressing for 2 decades. If consciousness can access information outside the body, it can access information outside secure facilities, outside classified programs, and outside the physical boundaries that define intelligence secrecy. A remote viewer who can perceive the contents of a classified installation from a different city is a fundamental threat to the concept of secure information. The Gateway Process document doesn't just describe a technique. It describes a capability that, if real, makes the entire architecture of information secrecy theoretically vulnerable. The Monroe Institute's relationship with U.S. government programs continued beyond the McDonnell analysis through the 1980s and into the early 1990s, with contracts appearing in FOIA releases as invoice records with project descriptions redacted. The commercially available HemiSync technology is, by the Institute's own account, a reduced version of the audio protocols used in the classified program. What the full version contains, and what the classified program found when it applied that version to trained subjects, is not in any declassified record. The question the McDonald document leaves open is not whether the technology produces the claimed effect. McDonald concluded it does. The question is what a state actor does with the knowledge that trained human consciousness can access information outside its physical location. That the document was classified for 20 years, with no stated rationale in the declassified file, is the answer the record provides. The Schumann resonance manipulation refers to the electromagnetic resonance of the cavity between Earth's surface and the ionosphere, sitting at approximately 7.83 Hz, a frequency corresponding to the human brain's theta-alpha boundary and a documented subject of military research into behavioral effects. HAARP, the High Frequency Active Auroral Research Program in Alaska, has been operational since 1993 and is capable of injecting high-power radio frequency energy into the ionosphere at targeted locations and frequencies. The ionosphere is one wall of the Schumann cavity. Injecting energy into it alters the cavity's resonant properties. Altering those properties alters the Schumann frequency. None of this is disputed by the relevant physics. Whether HAARP is operated in ways specifically designed to alter the Schumann frequency for human cognitive effects is a different question. Schumann monitoring stations distributed globally recorded anomalous readings, frequencies diverging from baseline by statistically significant amounts, on specific days in 2017 and 2019 that corresponded with peak periods of civil unrest in multiple countries simultaneously. The correlation between Schumann anomalies and mass social instability has been published in fringe research contexts and ignored in mainstream ones. Whether the frequency alteration drives the instability or the instability drives the frequency alteration is the question that nobody with access to HAARP's operational logs has publicly addressed. The 100th Monkey Protocol refers to the 100 Monkey story. The account, popularized through Lyle Watson's 1979 book, Lifetide, describing a behavior learned by one group of Japanese macaques that spontaneously appeared in isolated populations elsewhere. The story is not directly supported by the published field research it claimed to summarize. The researchers whose work Watson described did not observe inter-island transmission in the form he described. But the question the story poses, whether information can propagate through biological populations by mechanisms beyond direct physical or communicative contact, is not answered by correcting Watson's specific claims. It remains an open question in the study of collective behavior, morphic field theory, and what Rupert Sheldrake has called morphic resonance. The institutional interest in understanding and potentially engineering such a mechanism has been documented in intelligence community research programs since the 1970s. If a belief, a behavior, or a state of consciousness can be induced in a population by reaching a specific threshold of adoption, without direct communication to every individual, then the ability to engineer the threshold crossing event is the most powerful form of social control imaginable. The 100 monkeys may not have washed their potatoes for reasons anyone in the experiment understood. The protocol, if real, is the manual for controlling what the 101st monkey does next. The currency endgame refers to the IMF publishing working papers since 2018 that model a synthetic supranational currency replacing national fiat systems. These papers are not theoretical speculations. They are institutional planning documents produced by the technical staff of the world's primary international monetary institution. They describe a world monetary architecture that does not currently exist and that would require the effective dissolution of national monetary sovereignty to implement. The 2025 currency pressures, dollar volatility from tariff shocks, euro stress from geopolitical fragmentation, yuan internationalization campaigns, the synchronized CBDC rollouts. Look, from one angle, like a multipolar world of competing monetary powers. From another angle, they look like the conditions that the IMF's planning documents describe as prerequisites for the transition they have been modeling. You cannot replace national currencies with a supranational one until national currencies are sufficiently destabilized to make the replacement attractive. The countries experiencing the most acute currency crises in 2025, Argentina, Nigeria, Egypt, Pakistan, were the same countries receiving IMF conditional lending with CBDC adoption requirements embedded in the conditions. The pressure and the institutional solution are being applied simultaneously by the same institution to the same populations. Whether that is convergent crisis management or coordinated demolition of monetary independence is the question that the IMF's own planning documents make it harder to dismiss. Demon World Order describes what the NWO conspiracy tradition calls the global elite in operational rather than conspiratorial terms. Not in terms of appearance or supernatural power, but in terms of operational pattern. They aggregate human suffering as a resource. They require specific ritual conditions to maintain their presence in the material world. They cannot create but only corrupt. They are consumed by an accumulation drive that has no natural satisfaction point, and they maintain their position through contracts that have specific terms. The Demon World Order theory holds that this is not metaphorical. The entities directing the behavior of the most destructive human institutions are not human in origin, that the humans who appear to lead those institutions are in functional terms intermediaries, hosting or serving entities whose actual nature would be recognized as demonic by any of the theological traditions that have documented such beings. What distinguishes this from ordinary supernatural conspiracy is the operational specificity. The theory makes claims about how these entities can be identified, what conditions weaken their operational capacity, and what historical periods represent their influences waxing and waning. The Black Death, from this perspective, was not a coincidence of rat population and trade route. It was a managed harvest. The pattern of civilizational catastrophe and recovery that follows it describes an agricultural cycle. Demonic tulpas describes the specific risk that practitioners of deliberate tulpa creation consistently document, a thought form that begins to act against its creator's intentions. At a certain threshold, it begins to resist dissolution. At a further threshold, it begins to actively recruit attention from sources other than its original creator, attaching to psychically sensitive individuals who encounter it, feeding on emotional responses, expanding its substrate beyond the original creation context. The demonic equivalence is not the theory's invention. It's the assessment of traditional practitioners who encountered what they believed to be mature, escaped thought forms, and compared them to the demonological descriptions from independent traditions. The behavior pattern is consistent. Entities that did not originate in theological tradition, but that, at sufficient development, display characteristics: predatory attention-seeking, resistance to banishment, influence over host behavior, that the demonological tradition documents in detail. In 2026, the relevant question is, what happens when the processes that generate tulpa-like entities, sustained collective attention directed at a coherent symbolic structure, occur at the scale that internet meme culture makes possible? The most powerful memes of the current period have accumulated more sustained human attention than any traditional thought form creation practice could produce. If the mechanism is real, the entities generated would be proportionally powerful and proportionally autonomous. Whether they're being deliberately managed or are operating according to their own logic is a question the theory hasn't resolved. Electricity is the breath of life refers to the fringe electrophysiology tradition developed by Wilhelm Reich and later expanded by others. The organism is an electromagnetic phenomenon that happens to use biochemistry as its physical substrate. The breath of life framing connects this to the Kabbalistic concept of nefesh, the vital animating principle described in Genesis as breathed into the clay by the divine, and proposes that what was breathed was not air, but electromagnetic coherence, a specific field configuration that initiated the self-organizing process we call life. This is not entirely disconnected from serious science. The role of bioelectric fields in developmental biology is a legitimate and expanding research area, and the fields have been shown to guide cell differentiation in ways that genetics alone cannot explain. The harvesting version of this theory holds that the electromagnetic vitality of living systems, humans specifically, can be extracted and utilized. The specific design features of modern electromagnetic infrastructure, power line frequencies, wireless carrier frequencies, the specific RF exposure profile of the contemporary urban environment, map, according to the theory's proponents, onto the resonant frequencies of human bioelectric systems in ways that produce a chronic, low-level extraction effect. The infrastructure is drawing on a resource whose existence the mainstream doesn't officially recognize. Demons Maintain Technology describes a core proposition Faustian in structure, that the technological capacity of certain civilizations exceeded what their documented human resources could have produced. The entities provided insight into physical processes that human science would not have reached independently, or not on the timeline it actually followed. The price is not specified uniformly, but involves something that the entities value and that humans possess. The historical evidence cited most often is the anomalous acceleration of specific technologies in the context of institutions with documented occult dimensions. The German rocket program and its connections to organizations with explicit occult affiliations, the specific institutions that produced the earliest nuclear research, and the spiritual frameworks some of their founders practiced. The Silicon Valley culture of the early computing era and its documented engagement with thelemic and related ritual systems. The technology accelerations in these contexts exceed what the human intellectual resources involved can straightforwardly account for. The maintenance claim is the more disturbing part, that ongoing technological function, specifically the reliability and consistency of complex engineered systems, requires ongoing attentional and ritual maintenance by human practitioners who understand what they're maintaining, and that the catastrophic failures of complex systems often correspond to the breakdown of those maintenance relationships rather than to purely technical failures. The engineer's explanation and the occult explanation describe the same events from different frames. Quantum Illuminati refers to the appeal of quantum mechanics as a conspiracy vehicle. Not random, but grounded in the fact that quantum entanglement, non-locality, and the observer effect all describe a physical reality in which separated systems can be correlated and in which the act of observation affects outcome. The quantum Illuminati theory proposes that the most advanced tier of whatever hidden governance structure exists operates through quantum entangled systems, personnel, institutions, or devices that share quantum correlations and can therefore coordinate without any detectable communication. The absence of a signal is the cover. You can audit all the communications and find nothing, because the coordination isn't happening in any channel you can monitor. The more serious adjacent to this is the quantum biology question, whether biological systems, and specifically neural systems, exhibit genuine quantum effects at scales relevant to information processing and decision-making. If they do, then the possibility space for non-classical influence on human cognition is significantly larger than the classical model allows. The quantum Illuminati theory is what you get when you populate that possibility space with a governance structure. Puppet show simulation starts with the Sumerian cylinder seals, their depictions of the Anunnaki in relationships with human figures that, in modern visual grammar, look specifically like a puppet master and a puppet. The simulation angle on this is the proposition that the relationship depicted on those cylinder seals is still the operational reality, that the beings described in ancient Sumerian texts as having created and managed human civilization were not mythological, but functional, and that their management has never ended. It has only become less legible as the frame has shifted from explicitly supernatural to bureaucratic and technological. The puppet show framing is the most literalist version. That human history is a performance, that the actors don't know they're performing, that the audience is not the general human population, but the entities conducting the management, and that the performance has a purpose and a script that the actors are following without knowing it. The question is what the performance is for. Lucifer's War refers to the theological claim of ongoing cosmic conflict, that the material world is an active theater of war between opposed metaphysical powers. The framework is not confined to one tradition. Lucifer's War, in the version that circulates in 2026, is not a metaphor for human moral struggle. It is a literal claim about the nature of history, that the events of human civilization are the visible surface of a conflict between entities whose interests are not human interests, and that the specific character of historical events, who wins, what is destroyed, what is preserved, what knowledge survives, reflects the outcomes of engagements in this conflict rather than human decisions. The specific claim about 2026 is that the conflict is in a phase where the material conditions of human life are being deliberately degraded by the Luciferian faction, not as the goal, but as the strategy. A humanity reduced to survival conditions becomes available for spiritual capture in ways that a secure and developing humanity is not. The war is not for territory or resources. It is for the loyalty and energetic alignment of the beings who happen to be living in the current phase of material reality. Whether they're winning or losing is not a question the theory can answer without knowing what the victory conditions are. The Decoy Network describes the alternative media ecosystem that emerged in the 2000s and 2020s. The podcast networks, independent journalists, and contrarian platforms that position themselves as the corrective to institutional media capture. The financial reality of the largest players in this ecosystem is more complicated than that positioning suggests. Tracing the venture capital backing of the most prominent independent media figures reveals a consistent pattern. Investment from firms whose portfolios include defense contractors, pharmaceutical companies, and technology companies whose activities are among the most frequent subjects of the independent media's investigative attention. The independence is real in the sense that individual journalists believe they are acting independently. The financial architecture around them is not independent in any meaningful sense. The most specific version of the theory concerns what the Decoy Network consistently does not cover: the investigations that approach, but do not reach, the specific interests of the financial backers at the top of the funding chain. The Overton window of acceptable alternative media investigation stops at a precise point. Real crimes get exposed. Systemic crimes that would implicate the network's principles do not. The decoy catches skeptics and gives them carefully calibrated real information, enough to be credible, calibrated specifically not to be dangerous to the people who funded the decoy. Tulpa surveillance utilizes the Tibetan concept referring to a thought form that can be deliberately constructed and directed by a trained practitioner. The accounts from the tradition are consistent on the specific risk. A sufficiently developed tulpa will begin to operate according to its own apparent interests rather than its creator's instructions. The surveillance application enters through the intersection of this tradition with the documented military and intelligence interest in non-ordinary perception research. If attention can be structured into an autonomous observational entity, and if that entity can be directed to observe at locations and through perceptual modes unavailable to physical observers, the intelligence applications are obvious. The specific possibility, a network of deliberately constructed thought-form observers deployed by an organization with the training tradition to create and maintain them, is not something that any public document confirms. It is something that the inner curricula of several organizations, if the accounts of former initiates are accurate, describes as operational. What makes tulpa surveillance distinct from remote viewing, which was officially researched, is the claimed persistence and autonomy of the observational entity. Remote viewing requires a trained human practitioner in real time. A mature tulpa, the tradition holds, can be set a task and left to execute it. Prediction as creation describes the forward edge of this theory as the most operationally interesting. If prediction markets and prophecy work, traders who have access to more accurate market models change the market's behavior in response to those models. Intelligence agencies with more accurate social forecasting models run operations based on those forecasts that alter the social dynamics being modeled. At sufficient fidelity, you are no longer predicting the future, you are generating it. The CERN connection enters through the quantum field theory experiments, where researchers identified statistical anomalies in predicted outcomes that appeared to correlate with the nature of the experimental expectations. Not researcher bias in the traditional sense, but something that looked like the measurement affecting the predicted outcome before the measurement occurred. These anomalies were flagged internally and generated significant discussion without reaching a satisfying explanation. The full theory proposes that certain predictive systems, those operating with the highest fidelity models of complex system behavior, have crossed a threshold where they are not describing possible futures, but selecting them. The organizations running these systems are not learning what will happen. They are deciding. The corruption is epistemic. Once you can predict at that level, you can no longer know whether your prediction reflects the world or constructs it. Prison Agartha refers to the inner earth mythology taken seriously by the Tibetan Kalachakra tradition, pre-Christian Norse cosmological texts, and a surprising number of 19th century explorer accounts. Specifically, the version in which the inner earth is a containment structure rather than a refuge. Prison Agartha locates the origin of this arrangement in a cosmic event that predates human evolution. An advanced non-human species was quarantined within the Earth by an external force, and this species, imprisoned but still active, still powerful, still capable of influencing the surface through technology and through the human populations it created or modified, is the actual government of the world. The institutions that appear to govern the surface are their surface apparatus. The theory accounts for several features of human history that simpler explanations struggle with. The consistent, cross-cultural description of subterranean gods who demand and receive tribute. The suppression of inner Earth geography from serious scientific inquiry despite significant geological anomalies that remain unexplained. The pattern of underground construction by major global militaries that exceeds any publicly stated strategic necessity. The junk DNA codex refers to the 98% of human DNA that does not encode proteins, labeled for decades as evolutionary junk. The ENCODE project, a large-scale consortium effort to map functional elements of the human genome, publishing its major findings in 2012, determined that the majority of non-coding DNA is biochemically active, which is why that label was premature. Epigenetics research has established that non-coding genomic regions respond to environmental inputs in ways that alter cellular behavior without changing the underlying sequence. Electromagnetic fields, specific chemical exposures, acoustic frequencies, psychological stress. These produce measurable epigenetic modifications that affect how the genome expresses itself. The non-coding regions are not passive, they are responsive. What they are responding to, and what responses they have been designed, through evolution or otherwise, to produce, is not fully established. The fringe version of this is that the 600 million uncharacterized base pairs constitute a dormant library. Sequences encoding capabilities, behaviors, or forms of perception that are not expressed under current conditions but are structured to activate under specific triggers. The mainstream version, which is not fringe, is that we have identified the most complex information storage molecule in the known universe, and we understand approximately 2% of what it does. Both versions agree on the scope of what we don't know. The ninth circle refers to an organized abuse network alleged to operate within Catholic Church infrastructure, European aristocratic families, and the highest levels of international finance. Marc Dutroux's network in Belgium, the Zandvoort case in the Netherlands, the Fiona Barnett testimony in Australia. Each produced survivor accounts with structural details that corresponded across cases despite the witnesses having no documented contact. Underground facilities, ceremonial elements with consistent characteristics, perpetrators from documented elite families, and investigators whose careers ended or whose findings disappeared at precisely the moments when named individuals with institutional connections were about to be formally identified. The Belgian parliamentary inquiry into the Dutroux case confirmed in its published findings that senior police and judicial officials had actively suppressed evidence implicating prominent individuals and had destroyed witness testimony. The inquiry named the suppression. It did not name all of the individuals who directed it. Those names remain in sealed portions of a parliamentary inquiry conducted by a democratic government. The Ninth Circle as a named organization may or may not be literally accurate. The network it describes, elite protected, institutionally embedded, suppressed at the point of identification, has documented evidence supporting its existence on 3 continents. The pattern of investigator attrition across these cases is its own dataset. In Belgium, 2 detectives assigned to the Dutroux investigation died between the initial arrest and the parliamentary inquiry. In Canada, investigators who took survivor testimony describing organized ceremonial abuse patterns were reassigned before their files entered formal report chains. In Australia, Fiona Barnett named a sitting Prime Minister, a Federal Director General, and a CIA station chief. The Australian Federal Police received her testimony and classified the investigation. The specific mechanism by which elite-connected abuse investigations across multiple independent judicial systems in multiple countries produce identical outcomes, named perpetrators, sealed findings, transferred investigators, discredited witnesses, is not explained by institutional incompetence. It requires either a coordinated suppression architecture operating across national boundaries, or a coincidence so consistent and durable across 4 decades that the distinction no longer matters. The Saturn-Moon matrix begins with 2 documented anomalies that atmospheric physics and selenology have not satisfactorily resolved. Saturn's north polar region contains a stable hexagonal storm, a geometrically regular hexagon persisting for the full duration of documented observation, unchanged through the Cassini mission's extended monitoring period. Natural atmospheric dynamics do not produce stable geometric structures at planetary scale. No current model accounts for it. The Moon's titanium concentration per unit area is far higher than any conventional lunar formation model predicts, a fact selenologists acknowledge without resolution. The theory that organizes these anomalies is associated primarily with David Icke, who introduced the Saturn-Moon matrix framework in 2010. The central assertion being that Saturn is the primary transmitter of a specific electromagnetic signal, and the Moon serves as a relay and amplifier that modulates that signal into a frequency range that continuously shapes human consciousness, maintaining perception in a narrow band that prevents access to the fuller spectrum of reality. Why ancient cultures universally associated Saturn with time, law, death, and limitation, concepts that would make sense as descriptions of a consciousness-constraining signal, before telescopic observation could reveal anything about the planet beyond its slow movement and ringed appearance, is the question the theory poses. The hexagon was unknown to the ancients. Their symbolic associations with what it might be doing were remarkably specific. Targeted individuals starts from a documented fact. Voice-to-skull technology exists. The US Army has published research on it. Patents for focused beam audio transmission into the auditory system have been filed and granted. The community of people who describe being targeted numbers in the hundreds of thousands. Their accounts share structural features, coordinated surveillance, harassment that follows across locations, responses that track thoughts and behaviors in real time, consistent across individuals with no documented contact with each other. Some are experiencing symptoms consistent with paranoid schizophrenia. Some are not. The feature that makes these claims resistant to investigation is that V2 K-style targeting effects are clinically indistinguishable from paranoid delusion, and that indistinguishability provides deniability. A deliberately designed harassment program would look exactly like a psychiatric phenomenon. Distinguishing between the two requires forensic investigation that no institution has undertaken at scale. The ambiguity is, depending on which explanation is correct, either a tragedy or a feature. The Archon interference refers to the Nag Hammadi library, discovered in Egypt in 1945, which contains the most complete Gnostic texts. Among them, the Hypostasis of the Archons and the Apocryphon of John, both of which describe a class of entities called Archons. Not gods, not demons in the conventional sense, but a specific category of non-human intelligence whose defining characteristic is that they can imitate and manipulate, but cannot create. They maintain their influence through the suppression of genuine perception, the manufacture of false authority, and the cultivation of confusion. The early church did not simply ignore these texts, it actively collected and destroyed them. The Nag Hammadi cache survived because someone buried it before the destruction reached them. The institutional effort to erase a specific description of reality from the historical record is, at minimum, evidence that the institution found the description threatening enough to destroy. What description of reality is worth that effort? The modern revival of the Archon framework among consciousness researchers draws on the structural similarity between the Gnostic description and what systems theorists describe as the function of institutional authority, the capacity to shape human perception and behavior through the management of information, the simulation of consensus, and the suppression of direct experience that would contradict the managed version. Whether the Archons are literal entities or the most accurate pre-modern description of power's psychological architecture is a question the Gnostics would have found trivial. Anti-Extinction notes that the standard framing of conspiracy in relation to population is depopulation, historically associated with elite programs of reduction and control. The anti-extinction theory runs the opposite direction. It holds that the natural trajectory of human civilization, without external intervention, would have terminated the species multiple times in the past century, and that observable deviations from that trajectory represent the active work of forces whose interest is in human survival. The cases cited include the Cuban Missile Crisis, where the specific sequence of decisions that avoided nuclear exchange involved individual actors making choices that were statistically anomalous, given the game-theoretic pressures they were operating under. The H5N1 bird flu transmission research that was paused in 2011 after producing airborne transmissible variants. The pause itself is described as anti-extinction intervention. The specific technological developments that have remained stuck, the weapons programs that have been mysteriously delayed or self-destructed, the economic crashes that have been sharper than predicted in their onset but significantly shallower in their total effect. Whether the intervening force is human, a secret organization with long-term species preservation as its mission, or something else is the question the theory divides on. The human version is the more defensible. The non-human version is the one with the longer history in esoteric tradition, where the category of beings whose interest is in human survival has been documented under various names across multiple independent cultures. Firmament-adapted organs refers to the pre-flood cosmology of multiple ancient traditions, which describes a fundamentally different atmospheric and gravitational environment than the one humans currently inhabit. The extraordinary longevity attributed to pre-flood figures in Genesis, Adam's 930 years, Methuselah's 969, is dismissed as mythological exaggeration. The theory takes it literally and asks what environmental conditions would need to obtain for those lifespans to be biologically possible. The answer, worked out by researchers in creation science and independently by some fringe biophysicists, involves specifically the hyperbaric, high-oxygen, reduced UV environment that a water canopy would produce. Under those conditions, the biological mechanisms of aging would operate significantly more slowly. The human body we have now, with its built-in aging program, its vulnerability to radiation damage, its impacted wisdom teeth and sinuses clearly not optimized for our current skull geometry, looks like a body adapted to different conditions that has been placed in conditions it wasn't designed for. The firmament-adapted organ theory extends this: that specific vestigial anatomical features, the pineal gland's photoreceptive function, the appendix's documented immune function, the VMAT2 polymorphism associated with religiosity, are remnants of biological systems that had full operational function under pre-flood conditions and have become vestigial or degraded under the current atmospheric and gravitational environment. Earthly Inhospitality observes that the human body is extraordinarily poorly adapted to most of Earth's surface conditions. Skin that burns in direct sunlight, thermal regulation that fails in temperatures most of the planet experiences seasonally, dietary requirements for micronutrients not broadly distributed in wild food sources. The theory holds that this isn't evolutionary accident, but evidence of origin, that human beings are not native to this planet, and that the persistent sense of environmental alienation, the inability to thrive without the technological buffer that civilization provides, and the specific constellation of chronic health conditions that universally affect modern humans without equivalent in other species, are the physiological expressions of a mismatch between organism and environment. The version that circulates in 2026 adds a management layer, that the environmental conditions of Earth were deliberately degraded at some point in the past. The atmospheric composition, the gravitational field, the radiation environment, specifically to render the human population dependent on external management for survival. A species that cannot survive without institutional support is a species that cannot afford to resist the institutions that support it. Absurdism sway refers to the specific function of absurdist content in political discourse. Not entertainment, but the prevention of sustained analytical engagement with the political conditions producing the absurdity. This is not the natural output of a culture processing genuine absurdity. It is the specific output of content that has been optimized, whether deliberately or through engagement metrics, to produce the sensation of insight and the experience of community while generating zero behavioral output in any direction. You laugh, you share, you feel you've understood something, and you do nothing. The political system benefits from the absence of action regardless of which specific political arrangement it represents. The deliberate version of the theory identifies specific vectors through which absurdist content is introduced and amplified. The anonymous accounts that seeded certain ironic political aesthetics in the mid-2000s, the platform promotion of content that generates high engagement through confusion rather than conviction, the academic frameworks that pathologize earnestness while valorizing detachment. Whether this was planned is less important than that it works, and that the people it benefits have the resources to sustain it. Earth prison escapism refers to the Gnostic articulation of the world as a prison, not a flawed but basically good place, but a deliberately constructed containment system. What was lost in that marginalization was a set of practical technologies for the escape condition it described. The prison is not physical. It is constituted by attachment to the body, to social identity, to the cycles of pleasure and suffering that keep attention engaged with the material world and unavailable for orientation toward what the tradition called the pleroma, the fullness that exists beyond the demiurge's manufactured cosmos. The beings maintaining the prison are the archons, whose interest is in preventing the recognition that the prison exists at all. In 2026, the escape theory has moved into communities that don't use the Gnostic vocabulary, but describe identical operations, the detachment practices, the deliberate withdrawal from the consensus reality maintenance systems, the refusal of the emotional hooks that keep attention bound. Whether the framework is theologically accurate or not, the escape practices consistently produce states that practitioners describe as perceptual liberation, and those states have measurable neurological correlates that make them hard to dismiss as pure imagination. Warlords are time travelers describes the specific competence visible in successful military strategists throughout history. The time travel theory attributes it to something else: access to a predictive capability that functions, operationally, like knowledge of the future. The mechanism doesn't require literal time travel. It requires sufficiently accurate modeling of complex social systems that the outputs are indistinguishable from future knowledge. The mathematical equivalent of a time machine that provides read access without write access. The people who have historically possessed this capability, accurately predicting social events at temporal distances that exceeded their contemporaries' strategic horizon, have been kings, generals, and occasionally religious figures. The common thread is access to systems of knowledge that weren't publicly available. The more literal version, that the most anomalously successful military figures across history represent a bloodline or an organization with actual temporal displacement technology, is the one that generates the most online engagement and the least serious discussion. The less literal version, which treats time travel as a metaphor for predictive capability orders of magnitude beyond the norm, has more support in the documented record of history and is more uncomfortable for it. The smart dust in the fog refers to DARPA's smart dust program, which produced functional sensor motes, microscale devices deployed for distributed sensing. The research trajectory since then has pursued sub-millimeter scales, aerosol dispersal capability, and mesh networking between motes. The application described in non-classified research literature is a distributed sensor network that can be deployed atmospherically and maintained in suspension, transmitting environmental data continuously to fixed collection infrastructure. The technology is documented. Its deployment history is not. An atmospheric smart dust deployment would carry a predictable operational signature. The dispersal phase would require either aerial delivery or ground-based aerosol generation, both of which would require temporary airspace management over the deployment zone. The activation phase, as motes orient and begin mesh networking, would produce radio frequency interference in the relay bands their architecture uses for local node-to-node communication. In the weeks following successful dispersal, monitoring equipment in the deployment zone would register anomalous interference in encrypted frequency bands unassociated with any licensed transmitter at that location. This signature is derivable from the published specifications. It has never been included in any official RF monitoring protocol or regulatory guidance. The declared capability exists and is mature. The declared deployment record is empty. That gap is not explained by the research timeline. 20+ years of iterative development does not produce a technology with no operational history unless the operational history is the part that is not being declared. A successfully deployed sensor network whose presence went undetected would leave no documentation of its existence except in the interference signature it produced during the activation phase. The technology is complete. Whether it has been used is a question whose answer, if it exists, is not in any public record. Agarthan geopolitics describes the inner earth traditions, Shambhala, Agartha, the Norse Svartalfheim, the Hopi underworld. The beings described as inhabiting these spaces are not hermits or remnant populations. They are a civilization with governance, with foreign policy, and with a specific strategic interest in events on the surface. Their interest is not benevolent neutrality. They are managing something. The geopolitical theory maps specific surface events onto Agarthan strategic interests. The specific geographic distribution of megaliths and sacred sites corresponds to the documented cave system entrances. The Maltese megalithic complex, among the oldest freestanding stone structures on record, sits on an island whose principal pre-Neolithic habitation site is the Gar Dalam cave system. The density of Bronze Age megalithic construction across the Salisbury Plain maps consistently onto the chalk karst topography beneath it. Neither correspondence has been explained by the archaeological traditions that mapped them. The historical pattern of certain regions being protected from conquest despite military vulnerability corresponds to their proximity to proposed entry points. The anomalous behaviors of certain political figures, the specific moments where events that should have followed one trajectory suddenly veered in an unexplained direction, are attributed to Agarthan intervention. In 2026, the theory focuses on the polar regions, the Antarctic Treaty's restriction of military presence, and the unusual international cooperation it maintains in an era of generally declining international cooperation. the consistent anomalies in Arctic survey data, the specific behaviors of the nations with the deepest interest in polar access. All of these are treated as the surface expressions of a geopolitical competition whose primary dimension is subterranean. The stature collapse describes the anomalous diminution in human stature, bone density, and cranial capacity that has been documented across the archaeological record. The timing and magnitude of the changes, however, has been challenged. The reduction is faster than agricultural nutritional deficit alone can account for, and it occurs in populations where agricultural adoption was not uniform. The time travel shrinkage theory proposes a different mechanism, that the human form observed in the deep archaeological record represents the species' natural size under conditions of full biological development, and that the reduction is a consequence of a temporal manipulation event, either the extraction of a population segment into a different time frame, the insertion of a modified human population into historical time, or the alteration of environmental parameters through timeline manipulation that produced secondary physical effects. The less science-fictional version maps the shrinkage event onto the genetic bottleneck evidence, that whatever caused the dramatic reduction in human population in the relevant period also caused a selection pressure on physical size, either through the specific survival conditions of the bottleneck or through the deliberate reproductive management of a post-bottleneck population by an entity with specific phenotypic preferences. Apocalypse virus refers to the gain-of-function research controversy that followed COVID-19. The documented funding of programs designed to enhance pathogen transmissibility and virulence, conducted in facilities whose oversight was insufficient to verify what was actually being produced. The deliberate deployment theory extends from this established baseline, that among the programs running in parallel to the publicly documented gain-of-function research, some had a specifically different design objective, not enhanced transmissibility alone, but a specific combination of properties that would produce a pathogen capable of causing civilizational scale disruption without the rapid obviousness that would generate coordinated resistance. The properties the theory attributes to such a program are not randomly chosen: long incubation, high asymptomatic carriage rate, delayed and unpredictable severe outcome expression, with secondary effects that, according to the theory's proponents, were designed to target specific cognitive and psychological functions. The stated design objective, in this account, is maximum confusion and minimum coherent response, not maximum mortality. The argument, as the theory presents it, is that maximum mortality generates maximum resistance. A pathogen engineered for manageable disruption, arriving in the context of already degraded institutional trust, would be the more effective tool for a managed transition. Fifth-dimensional assassinations describes the serious version of this theory, starting from the mathematical reality that consciousness operates orthogonally to space-time. Not assassination in the sense of killing, assassination in the sense of removing a specific causal factor from the timeline. The claimed existence of programs running this kind of causal modeling is not purely speculative. The work of the Santa Fe Institute, DARPA's social systems modeling programs, and the documented investment in complexity-theoretic approaches to conflict prediction all suggest that this capability, at some level of fidelity, has been developed. The question is, what you do with it once you have it. The fifth-dimensional framing refers to the output space of the model, not action in 3 spatial dimensions plus time, but action in the possibility space that models represent. Interventions that don't look like cause and effect from within the system being modeled. The people who have died at statistically convenient moments for specific power arrangements, whose deaths required no obvious assassination because a phone call, a financial event, or a social media post at the right moment was sufficient to remove them from the relevant causal chain. These are the cases this theory is applied to. Earth is flat but closed refers to a variant of flat Earth theory that addresses the Standard Model's core geometry problem. A flat disk with an edge produces a horizon that observations don't support. The closed flat Earth model addresses this by replacing the disk with a bounded plane, a finite enclosed space like the inside of a terrarium, whose boundaries are not an edge you can fall off, but a barrier that redirects trajectories, like a curved ceiling. The stellar positions that standard flat Earth can't account for are, in this model, projections or reflections, rather than actual distant objects. The firmament connection is the theological backing. The Genesis description of a dome separating upper and lower waters maps precisely onto the closed flat Earth geometry, and several ancient cosmological models from independent cultures describe the sky as a literal ceiling rather than a distant sphere. What appears to be a point of light moving in a predictable arc is, in the closed model, a local light source moving within an enclosed space, not a star millions of light years distant. The theory is not primarily about the geometry. It's about the implication that the closed Earth is a manufactured environment, that what appears to be a cosmos is an enclosure, and that the beings who constructed it, and who maintain the illusion of infinite space through the specific properties of the closed Earth optics, have interests in keeping the inhabitants unaware of the boundary. The territorial, economic, and psychological implications of a finite known cosmos versus a manufactured infinite one are not trivial. Post-reset Operation Bluebeam begins with what is actually documented: global communication infrastructure with simultaneous planetary delivery capacity, behavioral research programs mapping what kinds of shared experience produce rapid belief updating, military environmental modification capability, and institutional psychological research into what category of event would be necessary to generate genuine civilizational unity. These components are real. The theory is about what they are for. The Bluebeam framework, associated with researcher Serge Monast, proposes that NASA and associated agencies have developed holographic projection capability at planetary scale, combined with directed energy audio induction, for the purpose of staging a fake extraterrestrial or messianic event to justify global governance. The post-reset variant holds that Bluebeam is not the trigger for the current system, but the backstop for what follows a civilizational reset: staged collapse, economic, institutional, or environmental, followed by genuine chaos, followed by the holographic event, as the unity-creating intervention needed to organize post-collapse reconstruction under a specific governance architecture. The infrastructure already assembled would be exactly sufficient for this purpose. The question the theory poses is whether that sufficiency is coincidental. Quantum puppeteering describes the many worlds interpretation of quantum mechanics, that every quantum event generates a branching of reality into versions where each possible outcome occurs. The quantum puppeteering theory proposes that these versions are not isolated, that some form of information transfer across branches is possible, and that certain individuals or organizations have developed the means to access or manipulate versions of people in adjacent branches. The practical application, in the most concrete version of this theory, is not direct control, but influence. Small perturbations introduced into adjacent branch versions of a target ripple, through quantum entanglement between the branches, into observable behavioral effects in the primary branch. The person being influenced feels the effects, but experiences them as spontaneous mood shifts, changed intuitions, altered preferences, nothing that would suggest external origin. The more sophisticated version dispenses with the multi-world framing and describes the same operation in terms of quantum biology: the brain's sensitivity to quantum effects in its microtubule structure, the theory that consciousness may be partly constituted by quantum coherence, and the possibility that this coherence makes the brain susceptible to influence through mechanisms that don't require any conventional signal pathway. What the theory is describing, in either frame, is something closer to what esoteric traditions call remote influence than to anything in the published literature. But the published literature has not closed the door. Earth abandonment refers to the acceleration of investment in extraterrestrial infrastructure. SpaceX's Mars program, the commercial space station transition, the Artemis lunar base program, and the parallel Chinese and European deep space initiatives, all occurring simultaneously with a pattern of long-term disinvestment in Earth-based systems. The abandonment theory holds that this is not a failure of political will, but a policy choice, that a sufficiently small group of people with sufficient resources has concluded that the Earth's surface is not worth maintaining, that the transition to an unlivable condition is already past the reversible threshold, and that the rational allocation of resources is toward building the infrastructure for the post-Earth existence of the population subset worth preserving. The timing question is what makes this theory visceral. If the decision has already been made, and the extraction of final value from the surface population and ecosystem is underway, then the behavior of current institutions, maximizing short-term extraction, declining to make long-term investments in habitability, is exactly what you'd expect to see. The theory doesn't require malice. It requires only that the people making the relevant decisions have concluded that the Earth is a lost cause and have acted accordingly. Operation Stargate. What they found examines what the US government ran for 24 years, a psychic spy program in the public record, operating from 1972 to 1995 under successive names: Scanate, Gondola Wish, Grill Flame, Center Lane, Stargate. What this official characterization obscures is that the program was evaluated multiple times by multiple independent academic institutions whose published assessments were consistent. Remote viewing produces accurate information at rates significantly above chance. The meta-analysis conducted by Jessica Utz for the American Institutes for Research concluded that the statistical case for a real phenomenon was unambiguous. The program was not shut down because remote viewing doesn't work. It was shut down because its results were not reliable enough for operational use, a different claim. The sessions that did not make it into the declassified archive are the ones that Stargate researchers describe as the most significant. Specific sessions involving non-terrestrial targets and temporal displacement, conducted by viewers who described what they found in terms that the program's academic overseers declined to include in any published summary. Pat Price, one of the program's most effective practitioners, reportedly described in detail the contents of 4 underground facilities at different global locations whose contents matched no acknowledged military installation. Those session logs have not appeared in any FOIA release. Some of what Stargate found has been disclosed. The rest has been kept. The most extensively discussed of the unreleased sessions involves Pat Price, the program's most consistently accurate practitioner before his death in 1975. Price reportedly conducted sessions targeting locations he characterized as inconsistent with any known human installation, describing geometric structures and biological specimens in terms the session monitors did not include in any summary report. Hal Puthoff, who directed the program during Price's participation, has acknowledged in recorded interviews that certain session logs were excluded from standard FOIA processing without specifying which logs or on whose instruction. Price died of a sudden heart attack in Las Vegas at 57. His final session logs do not appear in any declassified archive. The program ran for 19 more years after his death. What those subsequent sessions found, particularly the ones the official summary characterized only as not suitable for operational application, has not been released. Quantum Grand Conspiracy describes the various conspiracy traditions: the political, the financial, the occult, the technological. The Quantum Grand Conspiracy theory proposes that this is a misunderstanding of their relationship, that they are all accurate descriptions of the same phenomenon observed from different vantage points, and that the phenomenon is a single governance structure operating across multiple dimensions of reality simultaneously. The quantum framing provides the mechanism for how a single system can appear radically different from different observation positions. Quantum systems genuinely look different depending on which property you're measuring and how you're measuring it. A conspiracy that operates through financial manipulation, through occult ritual, through ET contact, and through historical revision is not incoherent. It is a system that uses all available mechanisms, because it operates at a level of reality where all those mechanisms are accessible. The grand conspiracy is grand not in the sense of being large, though it is, but in the sense of being total. It encompasses the totality of what humans call reality, because the conspiracy is not operating within that reality but is constituting it. The individual conspiracies are the locally visible expressions of a management structure that exists at the level of the reality-generating process itself. This is either the most paranoid possible position, or the only position consistent with taking all the evidence seriously at once. That is all. Thank you for watching.